You are listening to Royal Bear, Shifter Romance, P.O.L.A.R Book 5, written by Candace Ayres, narrated by Maeve York. Chapter 1. Grace. Mid-November mornings were colder than a witch's tit in South Dakota. The seasons had snuck up on me this year. Normally, Freebird, Damocles, and I would have already headed farther south by this time of year. Freebird was my home on wheels, a converted Sprinter van. Even though her single-pane windows were covered with thickly padded blackout blinds at night, she wasn't insulated well for these colder temperatures. Usually, the only tools I had in my arsenal to combat the chill were a hot water bottle for my toes, a thick down comforter, and my not-so-friendly tabby cat, Damocles. This morning, I had an extra tool. He was still asleep. Ted was sawing logs on the pillow next to mine. Or was his name Ed? Maybe Fred. Pretty sure it was something that rhymed with dead, which was appropriate considering the quality of our party in the sheets last night. I rolled off the 4-inch foam mattress and padded naked over to the little cubby where I stored my clothes. Shivering, I threw on a pair of yoga pants and a sweatshirt with #vanlife written across the front, then started the propane burner under my mini coffee percolator. I lived a roving existence, traveling from state to state whenever whim and weather took me, and Freebird enabled me to remain off-grid. My peripatetic lifestyle gave me the opportunity to appreciate all the beauty this country had to offer, from the quaint fishing villages of coastal Maine to the flat prairies of waving Kansas wheat to the old western ghost towns that dotted the Nevada desert. It also meant I never put down roots, never developed friendships, and was never anything but an outsider, a nomad, a perpetual stranger. This was the life I'd always known. The life I'd lived ever since I could remember. My current place of residence, if it could be called such, was the Black Hills of the South Dakota Badlands. For 4 months, I'd been parked out in wilderness, shaped by buttes and harsh white clay terrain, washed nearly barren from centuries of flash flooding. Most mornings, the grassy mesas were speckled with prairie dogs, grazing wild bison, and the occasional big-horned sheep. As I tore the blackout pads off the windows, hoping it would serve to rouse Fred, Damocles sat coolly, giving me the evil eye. Not sure if it was because I slept late and his breakfast was delayed, or because he was pissed at having to share our tiny living space with Fred. Ed? To say he wasn't keen on strangers was an understatement. As a peace offering, I opened a can of his favorite 9 Lives, seafood-flavored, and set it on the floor in front of him. Then I glanced over at the sleeping Ned. He needed to go. I was eager to head into town to check my emails. I'd been waiting impatiently for an email from my brother Gray for the past 2 weeks. 5 years older than me, Gray was just about as nomadic and hard to pin down as I was. With each of us always on the move and frequently in different time zones, we'd tired of trying to reach each other by phone years ago. A simple email on the 1st and the 15th of every month was how we kept in touch and assured one another we were still alive and kicking. And for 7 years now, like clockwork, we emailed on our scheduled days. 7 years, without fail. Never missed. Until 2 weeks ago. When I didn't hear back from Gray on the 1st of November, I told myself not to panic. I waited a full 2 weeks without panicking. Yesterday was the 15th and I emailed again. Nothing. If I didn't hear from him today, well, I wasn't sure what I'd do. My stomach twisted into a knot at the thought. Debbie? Debbie? I suddenly realized Jed was awake. Damn. I had to start remembering what name I gave my overnight guests. Not that Damocles, Freebird, and I entertained many overnight guests. It wasn't a frequent habit, but hey, a girl had needs. I smiled at Ned, which apparently served to encourage him. So I was thinking, Debbie, there's supposed to be a storm front moving in later tonight. Maybe you and me could head to town this afternoon and take in a movie or something? What do you say? Not today. I have a full workday planned. Ted looked dejected. Okay, maybe an early dinner? Gee, Ed, take a hint. I smiled tightly, then cleared my throat. Look, last night was great and all. As I paused to select my words carefully, an old Janis Joplin tune ran through my head. Don't you know that you're nothing more than a one-night stand? Tomorrow I'll be on my way. Fortunately, Ed was intuitive enough to pick up what I was putting down. But you're kicking me to the curb. Is that it? I shrugged. Well, I wouldn't exactly put it that way. Nah, it's okay, I get it. To give Ned credit, he didn't try to persuade me that he was the next great love of my life if only I'd give him a chance. He merely nodded, said his goodbye, and even tried to pat Damocles on the head before he left. Damocles hissed and the hair stood up along his spine. Typical. The cat would have gotten a chunk of flesh if Ned hadn't pulled his hand back so quickly. Grumpy cat. Relieved that my overnight guest wasn't a Klingon, I folded my comforter, tucked away my bedding, and transformed my bed platform back into a bench sofa. Then, sipping on my first cup of liquid energy, I grabbed a granola bar and slipped into the driver's seat for the daily half-hour commute to Wall. As if on cue, Damocles leaped into the co-pilot's seat, curled up, and began his morning tongue bath. As if on cue, Damocles leaped into the co-pilot's seat, curled up, and began taking his morning tongue bath. The sky was gray and overcast as I pulled onto the road that led into town. Sure looked as though the weather forecast was on point. A storm was predicted to come in later that night and was supposed to bring in even colder weather and maybe some snow. I figured that was a good enough sign as any that it was time to get out of South Dakota and head for warmer weather. Chapter 2. Constantine. Watch out! I'd already seen the volleyball sailing through the air, headed my way, and twisted easily to lob it back. I nodded to the grinning bikini-clad players before turning back to continue staring out at the ocean. As I breathed in a lungful of warm salt air, I committed as much of the scene as I could to memory. The sea was a gorgeous dark blue, and the setting sun was fast becoming a palette of fiery oranges and reds. The evenings here in the Keys were exquisite. The days weren't half bad either, with white sand, green palms, and bright pink and purple bougainvilleas that seemed to bloom everywhere on the little island. Sunkissed Key was a far cry from the vast frozen tundra and snow-capped mountains of Siberia. Sure, the heat here was torturous some days, but the extreme heat was quelled by the fact that I was thousands of miles from my stuffy family and my familial obligations. I knew it was impossible, but I'd have been very happy staying on the little island, far away from Siberia, indefinitely. Dinner's ready. Serge called out the back door of the house and waved at me. And I ain't waiting. I took another long mental photograph of the ocean view before standing, brushing the sand off and heading inside. I knew my days as a member of the P.O.L.A.R team were numbered, and I wanted to etch everything about this amazing adventure I was living into my memory banks. I would undoubtedly need to tap into the pleasant, carefree memories to sustain me through challenging days and long, cold nights ahead. Cold in both the literal and metaphorical sense. Once I returned to Siberia and assumed my title, the legacy of my birthright, and the duties that accompanied it, this life I loved and the camaraderie of being just one of the guys would come to an abrupt end. Hannah, Serge's mate, gave me a wide smile as I stepped into the kitchen. She'd been with us since before Sunkissed Key, and in a not-so-indirect way was the reason we'd ended up on this island. "I made tacos." My stomach growled and I patted the top of her head, the way I knew made her laugh. She'd quickly grown to be a friend over the months, and I was going to miss her warm smiles. Hell, I'd miss all of them. "Sounds delicious." "Hands off my woman." Serge pointed the tongs he was holding at me and growled. Hannah leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Look at my big, strong polar bear getting all jealous." "Don't say it like that, woman. You make polar bears sound like cute, cuddly teddy bears." Kerrigan, Dimitri's mate, grinned at Hannah before goading her own mate. "To be fair, you guys are rather cute and cuddly, in a big, strong, muscular kind of way." Roman and his mate, Megan, entered the dining room and sat next to Alexei and Heidi at the large table. Across from them, Maxim and his shifter mate, Parker, were already seated. Although most of the guys and their mates stayed elsewhere now, the team frequently gathered at the P.O.L.A.R house for dinner, and there was a happy, lively energy in the room. I'd never seen any of the guys so carefree and content before, not even Alexei. Serge looked at how crammed everyone was, even with most of the women sitting on their men's laps. "We need a bigger table. This is getting ridiculous. When Con brings home a mate, we won't all fit." I paused with a taco halfway to my mouth. My back to the group, I afforded myself a wince. There would be no mate for me, not in the traditional sense. None of them knew that yet, though. "That would mean Con would have to be even remotely interested in finding a woman. Never gonna happen," Alexei joked. "He really does just go to the bars to drink and unwind." Heidi scowled at her mate. "And what do the rest of you go to the bars for?" I glanced back to find Alexei holding up his hands and looking like a deer in headlights. "I meant before. I was talking about, before you. Before, when we were still searching for mates." "Speak for yourself, Alexei." Maxim leaned into Parker and nuzzled her neck. "I was a choir boy before I found my bunny." Parker rolled her eyes at him. "If you're going to keep lying, I should move before you get struck by lightning or your nose grows 6 inches. She rubbed her expanding baby bump. "I hope your fibbery doesn't rub off on our baby." "Speaking of..." Roman held Megan closer. They stared into one another's eyes, and Megan's began to water. "Speaking of baby, it looks like our kids are going to grow up together, Maxim." It took 3 seconds for the impact of the words to be absorbed and digested by everyone. The women all jumped up, squealing and giving Megan hugs, while the rest of us clapped Roman on the back and congratulated him. A second P.O.L.A.R baby on the way. The team was becoming a real family. I stood back and watched, committing yet another warm scene to memory. Studying every detail as the group of people I cared for deeply stuffed themselves with tacos, laughed jovially, and looked forward to their future. Together. My future weighed heavily on my shoulders as I watched the women toss out baby shower ideas while the guys made bets on whose kid was going to join the P.O.L.A.R team first. I knew I wouldn't be around to see whose child joined P.O.L.A.R. My time here was running out. Chances were, I wouldn't even be around long enough to attend a baby shower. With my obligations looming ever nearer, I felt as though I was trying to tread water with a boulder in my stomach and my ankles weighted with bricks. Sometimes, even in a room full of friends, it was as though there were 1,000,000 degrees of separation between me and the others, as though I was a complete stranger. I slipped away to my bedroom without finishing dinner. Chapter 3. Grace. Once I reached the small town of Wall, population 872, I parked outside Wall Drug. The combination drugstore, restaurant, gift shop, and tourist attraction, where you could get everything from necessities like clothes and food, to hunting licenses, to cowboy hats, to touristy junk like postcards and jackalope trophies. Me, I came for the free Wi-Fi. I earned the majority of my living as a graphic artist and had my virtual shingle hung out on several sites, like Fiverr and Upwork. I supplemented the income from my digital art by making bead jewelry, which I sold on Etsy. As soon as I fired up my laptop, I immediately logged on to my email. The last email I'd gotten from Gray had been short and vague with no clues about what he'd been up to. When nothing popped up from him, I refreshed the page and waited. Again, nothing. Other than a couple of junk emails and one from my latest client, a sci-fi author for whom I was designing a series of ebook covers, my inbox was as empty as ever. After another 3 times refreshing, I finally admitted defeat. My heart sank as I refreshed the page once more, just to be absolutely positively sure. An icy chill ran through my veins. Gray would never miss on purpose. Never. I slammed my laptop closed and hurried over to the post office. I had a couple jewelry orders to mail out. As I walked, I tried to rationalize the situation and quell the terrible, ominous feeling brewing deep in my belly. Gray was a badass, tough as nails. He may have gotten caught up in something. He was always pushing limits and ignoring the boundaries of what a normal person should and shouldn't do. He wasn't normal, though, not by any means. Neither of us were normal, but growing up had been a heck of a lot tougher on Gray than it had been on me, by far. When I entered the tiny Wall post office, I recognized the postal clerk, an older woman with an inquisitive nature. Her eyes lit up when she saw me. The fact that we both recognized one another was another sign that it was time for me to be moving on. "Hi, dear. I was wondering if I'd see you again." I smiled and dropped my outgoing packages on the counter. "Temperature's dropping out there." She nodded as she placed one of the packages on the postal scale. "It certainly is. There's a storm front coming in. Tell me, honey, what's your name?" "Jennifer." The lie slid off my tongue as easily as butter, and I didn't feel one iota of guilt about it. "Jennifer? Well, isn't that just a coinky-dink? My son, Thomas, is a huge Jennifer Lawrence fan." "Small world." She batted her eyelashes at me. "There's not many single young ladies around here, and I've been telling my Thomas all about you. He's eager to meet you." Ugh, I definitely needed to be moving on. I forced a smile. "I'm so sorry, but I'm married." Her face fell. "Happily?" I laughed at that. "Yes, ma'am, blissfully. I'm sure your Thomas is wonderful, but my Henry has already captured my heart." "Well, shucks. Thomas is going to be so disappointed." She shrugged it off and sighed. "Ah, well, there's still young Mandy in town. She'll be 18 soon. Do you know her, Mandy Brown?" I held back a wince for poor young Mandy and hoped she'd manage to steer clear of Thomas's matchmaking mama. I don't. The woman's face turned more curious and her eyes narrowed slightly. Where are you from? My smile turned brittle. I couldn't help it. I didn't like being interrogated even by a nosy old lady who was probably completely harmless and only wanted to ensure she had grandbabies to spoil in her later years. Oh, here and there and all over the place. I shrugged, running my fingers along one of the packages, eager to get them both posted and get the hell out of there. She laughed and backed away. Well, you're all set, Jennifer. She handed me the receipt, and I slipped it in the pocket of my denim jacket to add to the shoebox of business receipts I kept under the passenger's seat of Freebird. I'll see you next time. She wiggled her fingers in a wave. I grinned on my way out the door. Not if I can help it. As soon as I was back in the van, I checked my inbox again. No matter how many times I refreshed the page, still nothing from Gray. My stomach sunk to my toes. My pulse pounded out a staccato rhythm. Was Gray in trouble? Or worse? I tried not to imagine what "or worse" might mean. My brother was all I had in the world. Growing up, our dad had moved us from town to town, never staying anywhere long enough for the local authorities to get wind of the fact that he never paid taxes or sent us to school or did any of the other things that he considered means of suppression by a tyrannical government. I always hoped that maybe someday we would finally settle down and live like a normal family. Then, instead of running to avoid the truant officer or IRS, I could make friends with other girls my age. I used to dream about having sleepovers where my friends and I would do each other's hair and gossip about boys. It never happened. Neither Gray nor I ever had any other roots. No friends, family, or anything at all, except each other and Dad. Our bi-monthly emails were as important to Gray as they were to me. It was weird to say, but they tethered us to one another, and that kept us both grounded. When you lived a roving existence like we did, it was huge to know that in this great big world, there was one other person somewhere who cared. Tears formed in my eyes as I thought about my brother being hurt, or worse. As much as I wanted to believe otherwise, he wouldn't just forget to contact me. He wouldn't. I had to find him. I knew Gray lived life on the edge. That was just who he was. But there had to be some way to begin searching for him, some clue as to his whereabouts. I didn't even know what he did for a living. I began poring through the old emails for clues. Any mention of towns or plans or jobs or what he might be involved in, anything. I found a few references to the ocean, but East Coast, West Coast? There were too many possibilities to narrow it down. I kept reading over the emails, lingering on every word, until I noticed the numbers in a very small font at the bottom of one of the emails under his name. 243333N 814703W. A smile stretched across my face. To anyone else, it would have looked like a random jumble of numbers and letters, as though maybe his pet had stepped on the keyboard. I knew otherwise. Gray, you sly dog, you. I pulled up an app on my computer and entered the numbers, grinning like a fool, despite the situation. I'd found exactly what I'd been looking for. I hadn't even noticed at the time. I hadn't bothered to scroll down and take a closer look at his sign-off. Gray had slipped map coordinates into the old email. 24 degrees 33 minutes north, 81 degrees 47 minutes west. A GeoAtlas app quickly gave me the location on a map, somewhere in the lower Florida Keys. I figured if I drove straight through, stopping only to boondock and Walmart parking lots for a few hours of shut-eye, I should arrive in about 2 days. Jittery with nerves, I ran into Wall Drug for groceries, packed my mini fridge, gassed up Freebird, and hit the open road. Sunkissed Key, Florida, here I come. I hoped to God that if Gray had moved on from the Keys, he'd at least left a breadcrumb trail so I could figure out where in this world my brother was. Chapter 4. Grace. As I exited the overseas highway, the sun was just beginning to peek above the horizon, welcoming me to the sleepy little island. I arrived early enough in the morning that as I drove down Main Street, Sunkissed Key looked deserted. I'd been driving all night, was exhausted, and desperately needed a shower and some deodorant. My eyes felt gritty, my throat felt scratchy. My body was screaming at me to pull over, curl up with Damocles, and take a power snooze. But as tired as I was, I didn't think I'd be able to sleep until I knew more about Gray. As soon as I pulled Freebird up to the small cottage on the ocean, I knew it belonged to Gray. A beat-up old pickup was parked under the pillars of the raised cottage. The same two-toned, white and aqua-colored 1969 Chevy shortbed he'd been driving the last time I saw him, 7 years ago. I had to smile. Only Gray would drive around Florida in a vehicle that lacked air conditioning. My heart soared as I shifted Freebird into park, jumped out, and raced across the sandy ground and up the stairs 2 at a time. Even though I hadn't seen Gray in forever, I had no qualms about waking him up and kicking his ass for scaring the crap out of me. When I reached the top of the stairs, I found the front door slightly ajar. The hope that had been bubbling inside me suddenly became lodged in my throat, and I reached up, brushing my neck with my fingertips, as though I could physically push the lump back down. With a shaky hand, I silently nudged the door open a little more and stepped inside. Planting my back against the wall, I took in the open floor plan while keeping alert for villains, or boogeymen. Empty, but trashed. Drawers in the small kitchen had been yanked from the cabinets and upended. Couch cushions were ripped to shreds. The place had been thoroughly ransacked. Any doubt I had that Gray had gotten himself into some sort of trouble vanished. I inched through the small cottage, inspecting every room, bathroom, and closet, making sure there was no one still hiding out. From the look of the place, my brother had gotten involved in some serious doo-doo. But what? And where was he? To say Gray and I'd had a bizarre upbringing would be putting it mildly. We'd been raised by a single father who was not only an anarchist and a doomsday prepper, but also a conspiracy theorist to the point of paranoia and fury. It had taken years to quell the constant fear and anxiety I carried, thanks to their cultivation by my dad and the loony bunch of fringe dwellers we met up with from time to time, at gun shows or militia field training gatherings. As I flipped a chair upright and sat to contemplate my next move, I quickly came to the conclusion that my big brother wasn't the only one in over his head. I had a host of survival skills, thanks to dear old Dad. Yeah, I could start a fire with 2 twigs, identify over 250 species of wild edible plants, and survive for months in the wilderness equipped with only a pocket knife. I could also pick a lock with a hairpin, hotwire a car in less than 15 seconds, and build a homemade incendiary device with regular household items found under the kitchen sink. I was even trained to live through a zombie apocalypse with nothing but a slingshot and a bucket of rocks. What I wasn't skilled at was the art of investigation. I knew a whole lot more about running, hiding, staying off grid, and erasing my tracks than I did about finding someone. In that regard, I was useless. That lump in my throat burned and tears threatened to spill. I didn't let them fall, but they put up a damned good fight. This was no time to break down. If I couldn't handle the situation, I had to enlist the help of someone who could, and pronto. I debated going to the police, but it didn't feel right. When you had a childhood in which you and your brother had been taught to be wary, not only of the government, but also of law enforcement on any level, it was hard to shake that particular brand of paranoia. While I wasn't proud of it, I wasn't going to get over my ingrained distrust overnight. Besides, I didn't know what Gray was involved in. For all I knew, I'd ask the police to find him only to end up having my brother locked up and charged with a criminal offense. No, I needed someone who wasn't the police. Maybe a local private investigator. I went back outside and sat on Freebird's running board with Damocles and my laptop, nervously searching for PI firms in the area. There were pages of results, most based in the Miami area, but a Reddit thread popped up in the search results. It had been started by someone locally. Some of the respondents were complaining and others were praising the new security force on the island. There seemed to be a dispute about whether the group was working in opposition to or in tandem with local law enforcement. But both sides of the dispute agreed on one thing. They were not an officially government-licensed agency. Bingo. Another search landed me a name and address. P.O.L.A.R, 44 South Main Street. There was next to nothing online in the way of information on this group called P.O.L.A.R. Just a couple articles in the local paper. One about the group helping clear out the island in the aftermath of Hurricane Matilda, and another about the rescue of a family after their pontoon capsized. I still wasn't convinced of anything except that the group was my best option, at least for the moment. I tended to be a good judge of character. Another throwback from being raised by a neurotic parent, and I figured I'd decide whether or not to trust them once I saw them in person, face to face. My van contained a small wet closet, a toilet room that doubled as a shower, but it was minuscule, and in warmer climates, I much preferred to shower outside. I set up my outdoor shower and rushed through my cleaning routine. Deodorant, some clothes, and a good toothbrushing later, and I was off. I swung Freebird back out onto Main Street and headed toward the south end of the island. It was still early and Sunkissed Key was just waking up, so I parked in front of 44 South Main and waited for them to open. I hoped they were still in operation. The place was unmarked and the front window was tinted. Antsy and nervous, I locked the van and made my way through the alley to the back of the building and down to the beach. The ocean was serene and calm. Gentle, rolling waves eased up onto the shore before retreating back across the sand. I stretched my neck back, lifting my face to the rising sun to let it warm me as I waited for the little offices and stores along Main Street to start opening to admit their first customers of the day. Gray had always liked the ocean. When we were kids, he'd light up with excitement when we landed somewhere next to water. Of course, as soon as Dad figured that out, it was all deserts and mountains from then on out. "Where are you, Gray?" My arms ached to grab my big brother and hug him close. It had been too long, and the fear that I'd never get the chance again was gnawing at me. I had to find him. Chapter 5. Constantine. There was something unsettling in the air that morning. It seemed to prickle my skin in a way that I wasn't sure I liked. At the very least, it had me feeling uneasy and restless. It felt almost as though there was something coming, as though the ether held a premonition of something big, earth-shattering. I got up and dressed for the day as usual. As I went about my morning routine, I tried to ignore my uneasiness, but as soon as I arrived at the storefront that housed our office, something in the air had me in a state of bewilderment. The scent of honey cakes was wafting from somewhere near the beach. Someone was baking my favorite treat, and no matter that I'd just eaten a full breakfast, I wanted to gorge myself on the sweet. I had turned that way and was walking towards the delectable aroma before I even realized I was doing it. "Con, know anything about this?" I glanced back. Serge was gesturing to a white Sprinter van parked along the curb. It appeared to have accrued its fair share of mileage. "Looks like a stealth camper. It's the latest thing. Don't you watch YouTube?" Serge gave me an "aren't you just the cleverest dick stool on the block" look, but when I tipped my head back and inhaled, more of that delicious aroma wafted from inside the vehicle. "What is it?" I frowned and strode over to the van. I tried the door, but it was locked. "Don't you smell that?" Serge raised a brow. "Smell what?" I inhaled deeply again, and my fist clenched unconsciously on the door handle of the van, snapping it clean off. I swore and shoved the chrome handle into my pocket. I smelled Medovik, the multi-layered Russian honey cake from back home, fresh baked and warm from the oven. This is gonna sound strange, but is it possible that someone parked here and is selling Medovik down at the beach? Come on, you have to smell that. His eyebrows bunched together and he tilted his head back, his nostrils flaring. "I smell soap and cheap coffee." I just kept taking deep breaths of the intoxicating smell, my mouth watering. My dick stirred in my pants and I stared down at it in shock. The guys could make all the wisecracks they wanted about me being asexual, but that wasn't the case at all. Not by a long shot. I noticed women, and I avoided them for a reason. I'd gotten so good at it that I couldn't remember the last time I'd sprouted wood in reaction to a woman, yet the smell of honey cake was giving me a boner. I was losing it. "Come on, let's get the office open." I backed away from the Sprinter van and nodded. "Yeah, right." Dragging myself inside, I plopped down at my desk in the back and turned on the window AC unit so that it blew directly over me. I was burning up. My skin felt like it was 2 sizes too small suddenly, and I was on fire. Nerves fluttered in my stomach until I couldn't stand it and stood back up, unsure of what the fuck was happening to me. As the rest of the team filed in, whatever they were conversing about that morning was lost on me. Settling in their chairs, the guys began the day filling out reports and catching up on the drudgery of our job, paperwork. Serge was the only one who hadn't gone right to work. He was watching me out of the corner of his eye with a look of suspicion on his face. When I couldn't take any more, I stood up, intending to leave the office and go on a hunt for... I didn't exactly know what. Something was up, though, and I had no intention of waiting for it to come to me. I was going to find it. Before I got to the door, it opened, and a warm breeze brought in the enticing aroma of delicious honey cake, freshly glazed. My mouth watered, my stomach clenched, and my dick turned to solid stone. Everyone in the office turned to witness the petite woman step through the door. Her dark hair fluttered around her as the wind caught it and tousled it into her face. wearing short, frayed denim cutoffs, a t-shirt that said, "Home is where you park it," and a pair of sandals. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and looked up, meeting my intense gaze. I could almost hear her little intake of breath. A jolt shot through me, prickling my skin into goosebumps that tingled from my head to my toes. She stood facing me, her lush pink lips parted, her cheeks slightly flushed from the sun, and I could almost feel the pulsing of her blood as it flowed through her veins. That's how connected I felt to the woman in front of me. Her full breasts rose and fell rapidly with her breath, a sign that she was as affected as I was. I knew instantly who she was. She was the one. The woman who was meant for me, made for me, and I for her. My mate. Was it possible to fall in love with someone at first sight? I didn't know how it worked for the rest of the world's population, but I damned sure knew that in that single moment, I had fallen head over heels. Head over heels. My dick tried to pop a hole through my cargo pants, and my mouth watered so much that I had to swallow before I drooled on myself. That swallow sounded like a bomb going off in the silent room. My bear fought and clawed to push forward to get to her, sweep her up to make her mine. I fought to keep him down. She cleared her throat as she forced her eyes away from me. "I need help." I took a step forward without even realizing it. "I'm here." Serge shot me a miffed look. "What can we do for you?" She glanced from me to Serge, and I watched her hands ball into fists at her side. "My brother, he's missing." Serge moved closer to her, ignoring my low warning growl. "What do you mean missing?" She licked her lips nervously. "I mean, he's missing. He hasn't contacted me in over a month, so I tracked him to this island, but his house has been ransacked and he's not there." "What's your name?" I'd moved even closer to her, shoving Serge aside. It was as though she had me in a tractor beam from one of those old sci-fi movies, and I couldn't stop myself. Serge grunted, elbowing me back, but I stood my ground. "What's your brother's name?" She cast a quick glance at Serge, but when I growled again, her eyes shifted back to me. "I'm Anne. Grace. Sorry, I'm Grace. Grace Lowe. My brother is Gray Lowe. I need help finding him, and I can't go to the police because I'm afraid of what he might have gotten himself into. Can you help me?" Serge and I spoke at the same time. "Yes, perhaps." Serge scowled at me and repeated himself. "Perhaps. Let's get some more information and see." I turned a hard look at him, a look that left no doubt that we, or I, was going to help her, no matter what. My bear was so close to the surface, restless, pacing, needing to know more about her, wanting to spend time with her, and willing to do anything, up to and including brawling with Serge to please her. If that meant finding her missing brother, then that's what we'd do. We email each other every 2 weeks, on the 1st and the 15th of every month, without fail. He's never missed, not in 7 years, until 2 weeks ago. I didn't get anything from him. I waited until yesterday and checked for another email, but again, nothing. It's not like him. She wrung her hands together in front of her and blinked back tears. His place, here on the island. The front door was unlocked and slightly ajar when I arrived. His truck is still there, parked at the cottage, but inside, the place was ransacked, trashed. Something is very wrong. It took everything in me to maintain my professionalism when what I really wanted to do was offer comfort, holding her in my arms, mold the whole world to whatever she desired. "We'll go to his house and see if anything stands out to us. You can tell us more once we get there." Serge's jaw dropped at my statement, but Grace nodded quickly and stepped back out of the office and onto the sidewalk. I followed closely behind her, and only stopped when Serge grabbed the back of my shirt to pull me to a stop. "What the hell's gotten into you? Making promises and barking orders?" He glared at me. "Did you forget that you're not the alpha of this team?" I pulled myself up to my full height, a few inches taller than him, and glowered. For the first time since I'd been accepted into P.O.L.A.R, the first time in my life, I was tempted to pull rank. A few words from me were all it would take to flip the seat of authority in my favor, and those words were right there on the tip of my tongue. But I held back. I wasn't that guy. I wasn't going to start being that guy just because my mate had walked into my life. Yeah, fine. Whatever. Chapter 6. Grace. I was insanely aware of the hulk of a man following me. He was, hands down, the sexiest man I'd ever seen. His black t-shirt strained over his broad, heavily muscled chest and shoulders. He was so hot, my nipples squeezed themselves into hard little points and were attempting to slice their way out of my shirt. My pulse hadn't settled to a normal pace since I'd laid eyes on him. The reaction I was having to this man was almost otherworldly. Trying to appear casual, I glanced back at him and tugged my lower lip between my teeth. For as big as he was, he carried himself with an air of mystery that felt both dangerous and seductive at the same time. Giving him my back hadn't been easy. I had all kinds of warning bells going off in my head. I knew how a gazelle felt in the vicinity of a lion. I took another glance over my shoulder. Oh, sweet Jesus. What the hell was wrong with me? Gray was missing. This was no time to go all googly-eyed over a hot local. Not until my brother was safe, anyway. I took a deep, calming breath, which didn't calm a damn thing. I just need to get something from my van. In truth, I needed a minute to compose myself before I did something stupid, like rub myself up against him and behave like a sex-starved hussy in front of the men of P.O.L.A.R. But when I reached for the door handle of the van, it was missing. What the... A throat cleared behind me. I turned and he held out his large hand, displaying my broken handle and wearing a sheepish grin. Sorry. Confused, I took the handle from him, careful not to make skin-to-skin contact. No problem. No problem at all. I swallowed, suddenly overproducing saliva for some reason, and stepped around him. I'll lead the way to Gray's. I'll ride with you. I turned back to him and took a shocked step backwards when I found him too close. I blinked and looked up. Way up. He looked like some sort of Nordic Viking god with his strong, chiseled jawline, blonde hair, and striking violet eyes. Were they actually violet, or was it an illusion? He was intimidating in both size and stature, but it was the smoldering heat, the intensity of his gaze that really had me forgetting to breathe. I was quite sure the flame in those eyes had the potential to leave a path of scorched devastation. In the interest of self-preservation and dry panties, I shook my head no. I didn't think for 1 second that I would walk away from this man without being burned to a crisp. Plus, Gray, missing, I reminded myself. Or you can just follow. He opened my passenger door and put one long leg in. I'd rather ride with you. Okie dokie, then. There would be no arguing with the set of that jaw. Instead, I saved my breath and walked around to the driver's side. I climbed in, tossing the broken door handle over my shoulder into the back. I'd never felt like Freebird was too small before, but with the Viking beside me, it felt tiny and almost cramped. Or was that just because of how flustered I was? He was too big, too strong, and too masculine. Holy hotness, Batman. I'm Constantine. He looked over at me as I maneuvered the van out of the parking spot. Or Con, whatever you want to call me. Whatever I want to call him? I cast him a side glance. His biceps bulged and his forearms were corded with a dusting of light blonde hair and tight muscle that tapered to strong male hands. Capable hands. Oh, the fantasies those hands could fulfill. What I wanted to call him was my trampoline for the evening. Girl, get a grip. Yeah, nice to meet you. Likewise. His intense gaze didn't stray from my face, and I thought I could feel a light sheen of sweat breaking out over my brow. I wish it were under different circumstances. At that moment, my grumpy cat emerged from the back and leapt up on Con's lap. The Viking grinned and stroked the cat's head. Huh, that's odd. Damocles doesn't usually like strangers. The cat made me look like a complete liar as he broke into a purr and rubbed himself against Con before curling up on his lap. Right there, on his lap. I'd never been so jealous of another creature in all my life. You travel a lot? Well, my home does have wheels. I made a conscious effort to keep my eyes off of him and on the road, though the temptation to ogle him was extreme. Do you know my brother? Not that I'm aware of. His name isn't familiar. Yeah, about that. There's a distinct possibility that he may be using a different name, an alias. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Constantine raise his brows questioningly. It's a long story, I mumbled. When the few seconds of silence stretched to a few minutes, I realized Con was waiting for the long story. My dad was distrustful of our government. Gray and I learned to be evasive and somewhat paranoid. We grew up preparing for an apocalypse, Armageddon, or at the very least, some sort of cataclysmic devastation. We were taught to expect everything from martial law to nuclear attacks to bioterrorism. And yes, I do know how ridiculous all that sounds. And why was I babbling on like a fool? Family can be rough to deal with sometimes. I parked in front of Gray's cottage and turned the van off. I wasn't normally such a blabbermouth, especially with a stranger. I wasn't sure what had come over me. There was something straightforward and sincere about Con that inspired trust. And apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt it. He seemed to have bewitched Grumpy Cat, too. What do you think happened to Gray? I blinked as tears welled in my eyes. Turning away as I got my emotions under control, I shrugged. I don't even know what to think. This has never happened before. I'm afraid to let my mind wander too far into the realm of possibilities. Worrying about what could have happened won't do me much good. Con's large hand rested on my shoulder, and he squeezed lightly. I promise you, I will find him. I stared into his gorgeous eyes that I now noticed were strangely, actually violet, and inhaled sharply. I could feel his touch down to my toes, and it shocked me silent. There was such a thick air of awareness between us, an unearthly connection, and I didn't know what to make of it. He was a stranger, and I was in the middle of a crisis, yet my girly parts were practically screaming for this man. There were so many things wrong with that. Mainly the fact that I was looking for Gray, not a hookup, but who knew? Maybe after Gray was safe and before I moved on to the next location, Con and I... Oh, lordy, I needed to kick my raging libido in the ass. A loud knock on the passenger window startled me, jerking my head out of its lust-filled haze. I looked up to see the other guy frowning angrily at Constantine, but Con didn't seem to care. I got out of the van, mumbling, "I'll show you guys in." "By the way, I'm Serge." The other man introduced himself as we walked up the steps to the cottage entrance. Serge shook my hand, despite Con making a growly noise behind us. "The sooner we figure this out, the sooner we'll be out of your hair." I chanced a quick glance back at Con, but he was looking around at the little slice of land around the cottage. His eyes seemed to take in everything, which I found comforting, a sign that he took the job seriously and that I'd chosen well. I led the two men up to the door and pushed it open. "The lock's been smashed, so the door won't catch properly now. When I arrived earlier, I was careful not to touch anything, except that chair." Serge moved around me while Constantine came up behind me and rested his hand on my shoulder. "You're not going to be staying here, right?" Licking my suddenly dry lips, I shook my head. "I have the van." "I wouldn't suggest staying anywhere near the cottage, even parked outside. Whoever did this could come back." Serge's eyes landed on Con's hand where it had moved from my shoulder and now rested possessively on my lower back. "There's an RV park on the beach." When I shivered, Con stroked his hand up my back and cupped the back of my neck. "Nothing will happen to you. I'll make sure of it." Feeling overwhelmed by whatever was happening between the Viking, me, and his uber-possessiveness, I got a little freaked out and, making an excuse, ducked under his arm to go back outside for fresh air. "I need to grab something from my van." Chapter 7. Constantine. As soon as Grace stepped out of the small house, Serge turned to me with a scowl. "Care to explain what the fuck that was?" I peeked out the door to make sure she'd gone downstairs before answering him. "She's frightened. I was attempting to comfort and reassure her." "Bullshit! You were—" His scowl suddenly turned into a grin so wide, I thought his face might crack. "Wait a minute. She's yours, isn't she?" "Ha! You found your mate. Son of a bitch, it's about goddamn time." Despite the fact that I knew to the very depths of my being that Grace was my mate, it was at that moment, faced with Serge's direct question, that for the first time since I'd set eyes on her, I remembered my obligations. Due to the responsibilities I bore, the name I was born with, the title I carried, mate or not, she could never be mine. That realization couldn't have left a deeper cut if it had hara-curied me with a samurai blade. "No, she's not mine." He didn't say anything, but with the incredibly skeptical look he gave me, he didn't have to. I balled up my fists and forced myself to look around. The house was trashed. Couch cushions ripped to shreds, furniture smashed and broken. Someone had searched the place thoroughly. I tipped my head back and inhaled deeply, searching for something, anything. All I was getting was freshly baked honey cake. I looked at Serge. "What do you smell?" He snorted sarcastically. "What do you smell?" I growled. "Stop." He grunted. "I smell humans and... interesting. Wolf. The humans are male, a group. Here more recently than the wolf. I think your little non-mate might have some explaining to do about why this cottage that she claims belongs to her brother smells like a wolf shifter. Anything more specific?" "One of the male humans has a serious case of body odor." He inhaled deeper and groaned. One of them was wearing cologne that smells like charred ass. I moved around the house trying to pick up anything I could, but my mind was distracted by the sweet, honeyed scent of Grace, her quiet voice, her dark, flowing hair, her gentle curves. The footsteps coming back upstairs were soft and stayed quiet for a few seconds at the door before entering the house. A shaky breath escaped her lips before she stepped inside. I can forward all of the emails I've received from Gray. They don't say much, but maybe I've missed something. I don't know what he was doing or what he might have gotten mixed up in. We didn't talk about stuff like that, not in an email that might be intercepted. Serge swung around to face her. Intercepted by who? No one, it's a long story, not relevant. At any rate, I always suspected that he might be earning a living by slightly illegal means. Off the books, under the table, whatever. I don't know that for sure, though. She looked heartbroken, like she felt guilty for not knowing what her brother had been up to. I desperately wanted to comfort her. I had to fight hard to stop myself. To do so would only add fuel to Serge's suspicion. We'll do some searches and see what we can come up with, Serge sighed. This certainly looks like he got himself involved in something, but there's still the possibility that it's nothing. Maybe it's merely a routine break-in and your brother is holed up at a girlfriend's place, completely unaware his cottage has been ransacked. He could still show up. Of course. Yes. Grace lifted her quivering chin and planted her hands on her hips. Just find him, please. Whatever the cost, I'll pay. It doesn't matter. I stepped forward. I will cover all costs, and we will find him. That I promise, Grace. Serge rolled his eyes, but to his credit, he kept his mouth shut. He merely cast one last searching glance around the room. I'll get Roman to come in and fingerprint the place just in case. We'll get back to the station and start the search for your brother. Grace nodded. What should I do? I felt my chest tighten at the despondent tone in her voice. She was brave, but terrified. No way I'd allow her to feel as though she was going through this alone. I'll accompany you to the RV park and help you find a spot. Then we can talk more about your brother and try to sort out what he might have been involved in. Serge barely refrained from another eye roll. All right. Help get Grace set up at the park and then come hightail it back to the office. Both of you. I texted Maxim and he's conducting an online search of the deep web as we speak, so we should have something by then. Serge kicked aside a few pieces of a broken coffee table with the toe of his boot and grunted. Whatever they were looking for here, I doubt they found it. If they had your brother, they wouldn't still be searching like this. How do you know they haven't found him since looking here? You said he hasn't contacted you in a month. This place was searched less than a week ago. It's possible that in the last week they might have caught up to him, but based on experience, I tend to think that they haven't. Because it's unwise to give up hope. The way she said it was so unconvinced and forlorn that I couldn't stop myself this time. I moved across to her and wrapped my arms around her shoulders, pulling her tight against me. Fuck what Serge thought. I gazed down into her eyes. Because your brother is a wolf shifter. The people after him are human. She gasped. How did you know that about Gray? Her eyes narrowed and I could almost see the wheels turning in her head. You aren't... Wait, are you guys wolf shifters too? Serge threw his head back and barked a laugh. I glared at him for laughing at Grace. We are shifters, but not wolves. Grace squeezed her eyes shut and then blew a breath out with a small laugh. Oh, of course not. Polar, duh. Don't I feel like a big dummy? You're polar bear shifters. Serge nodded. And we have excellent tracking skills. Just let us do our jobs. We got this. He lightly rested his hand on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. I was able to bite back a possessive growl, but I glowered at the fucker as I brushed his damn hand off her. I'm taking Grace to the RV park. We'll meet you back at the office in a bit. Serge just shook his head and smirked. I knew what he was thinking, and while he wasn't incorrect, what Serge didn't know was that it didn't matter whether or not Grace was my mate. My life wasn't my own. I wasn't free to claim a mate as the others had done. I already had a mate waiting for me back home, one I'd been promised to since before I could walk. As early as I could remember, I'd known my destiny was plotted out for me. I needed to remember that and keep it at the forefront of my consciousness at all times, especially with Grace around. As I settled next to her in her Sprinter van amidst her deliciously enticing aroma that made my head swim, I reflected on how bitterly cruel fate could be. Chapter 8. Grace. Constantine directed me to a small RV campsite right on the beach. The fee for parking there was steeper than I usually like to pay, but before I could grab my wallet, he'd already settled up with a guy and was gesturing for me to pick the spot I wanted. I didn't know what to make of that. I wasn't sure whether to be flattered, grateful, or offended. On one hand, if his intent was to be friendly and welcoming, it was kind of a nice gesture. On the other hand, if he thought that little old me needed to be taken care of and couldn't stand on my own 2 feet in the world, he could fuck off. I wasn't into ultra-possessive men. And if he was trying to buy his way into my pants, well, he might as well think again. He didn't need to spend a dime for that. Truth. Charge that to my bill from your office. I climbed back into Freebird before he could argue with me. Choosing the spot closest to the water was a no-brainer. On a slight incline, I'd be safe from the incoming tide, but I could wake up and walk right out onto the beach. In that way, I felt a camaraderie with Gray. It was easy to see what had attracted him to the tiny island. Warm sand, salt air, beautiful ocean. A wave of melancholy washed over me. I should have caught up with Gray sooner. Why had we let 7 years go by without seeing each other? We should have made time for one another. Con seemed to sense what I was thinking as he moved to stand beside me. He gazed down with a look of utmost sincerity on his handsome features. I'll find him. It's what I do. I'm lucky to have discovered you. Your team, I mean. I looked away and wondered if I was blushing. Most humans wouldn't have. Most would have gone to the police. I rubbed at my cheek with the back of my hand in case I had a noticeable blush. I grew up with a brother who's a shifter and a father who taught us to distrust cops. What's the story there? With your brother, I mean. You don't carry the scent of a shifter. I'm not, unfortunately. I've had to lean on whatever human skills I learned, instead of the ability to shift into a badass animal. Gray inherited his ability from his mother. He and I have the same father, but while his mother was a wolf shifter, mine was a plain Jane from the middle of nowhere, Indiana, who died giving birth to me. Gray's mother hadn't revealed the fact that she was a shifter to our father until after Gray was born. I didn't know the full story, but once Gray was born, she took off, choosing to follow her pack, and left both Dad and Gray. I'm sorry. I lost my mother when I was very young, too. Were you and Gray close growing up? Before I could answer, he chuckled darkly. Trying to imagine what it would have been like if my sister had been a human while we were growing up. She would have hated not being able to shift and snarl at me or nip at my tail. I wrapped my arms around myself and smiled. We were as close as we could be. It wasn't easy. My father was, surprised by Gray's shifting, to say the least. Surprised, and then angered. Poor kid. As if shifting into a big dog wasn't enough. I laughed before I could help it. Gray would kick your ass if he heard you call him a dog. Con's grin said he might enjoy a brawl. He could try. Come on, let's get back to the office and find your brother. It didn't go unnoticed by me that Con had managed to turn my on the verge of tears mood into light laughter and optimism. I reached out and grasped his arm, shocking both of us. Thank you. I can't tell you how much more comforted I feel knowing you're helping me to find him. He hesitated and wrapped his strong arms around me, pulling me against his chest. His hand stroked the back of my head, and a low, growly sound rumbled in his throat. I could have sworn I heard him whisper, "I would do anything for you." But that was probably my overactive imagination. He smelled so good. My hands gripped his shirt, and I buried my face, comforted by his warmth and strength. With his thick arms wrapped around me, I felt safe. I breathed him in, trying to place his unique aroma. Arctic breeze and sunshine. He carried the contrasting scent of crisp, clean Arctic air and warm, radiant sunshine. Something in the back of my mind was alerted. Beware the two natures of this man, it said. But at that moment, his scent made me feel calm and at ease, like a hammock swaying in a cool, gentle breeze. In the cocoon of his arms, I felt safe. Guilt suddenly stuck a pin in my serenity balloon. I was safe. Gray was the one who needed safety, not me. I pushed away from Constantine. He seemed to sense my guilt and anguish without me having to explain. Let's go, Grace. I want to get started looking for him right away. The less time you spend worried sick, the better. He took my arm and guided me around to the passenger side of the van. When's the last time you slept? You look exhausted. I frowned. Gee, thanks. Beautiful, but exhausted. He pulled open the door and gestured for me to get in. No way, I drive. When he didn't move, I crossed my arms over my chest stubbornly. The driver's seat is broken. It'll never go back far enough for those long legs of yours to fit behind the wheel. He grunted and released my arm. Why do I feel like you're lying? I flashed him a quick grin before rounding the van, opening my door, and climbing behind the wheel. No one drove Freebird but me. Because I am. I drove us back to his office and found myself yawning by the time I pulled into a parking spot out front. I was going on 36 hours of no sleep, but I wanted to see them start on the search before I gave in to the exhaustion. Like he was reading my mind, Con looked over at me with a knowing frown. You need rest. After this, maybe you'll go back to the RV park and sleep. I'll come to you as soon as I have something, I promise. I nodded, agreeing. Leaving them to find Gray was something I was feeling more and more comfortable doing. They would be better at it than I could ever be. But after I got some sleep, I was going to go over to Gray's house, after it had been fingerprinted, of course, and clean up. I didn't want Gray to have to see that mess when he came home. Come on, let's see if Maxim discovered anything. I followed him inside the P.O.L.A.R office, and he led me to a table in the back. Serge sat across from me, while several other guys stood around and introduced themselves, before the one who introduced himself as Maxim started speaking. "Your brother is a ghost, Grace." I rubbed at my eyes and tucked my hair out of my face. "A ghost?" "There's no trace of him online." I scowled. "There wouldn't be much. We were raised, differently. Taught to stay off grid, but in this day and age, there must be something, no? It's impossible to not leave some sort of online fingerprint." Maxim was nodding. "That's the thing. There's not a trace. The house is linked to a man who died 30 years ago. His truck is registered to the same man. No birth certificate, no social security number, no tax records, medical records, employment records, DMV records, school transcripts, nothing. According to the United States, no one named Gray Lowe, born August 8, 1986, or using any alias that I can find with his description, has ever existed." I sat up straighter and braced my arms on the table. "What are you saying?" "From the looks of it, I'd say your brother is a spook." He frowned. "No other way someone is completely untraceable, unless you don't have a brother." I gave him a flat look. "I have pictures. I assure you, my brother is very much real, and very much going to have a lot of explaining to do. When you say spook, you mean a spook as in someone with one of those 3-letter name agencies?" "Yep." "Huh." My stomach twisted. My first reaction was to adamantly deny it, not with our upbringing, being taught to distrust the government. But had those childhood lessons carried over to adulthood for me? No, not really. Sure, I was a cautious nomad, but I had no beef with the government. I paid my taxes, played by the rules. Was it far-fetched to assume that Gray used the skills he was taught in childhood to work for the government rather than to evade them? "What do I do now?" Constantine cupped the back of my neck. "You need some sleep. Let us handle the rest. We'll find him." "How?" Con's grin was dangerous. "We have our ways." I took a long gaze at the men around the room, each of them large and lethal looking. Con was bigger and more foreboding than the rest of them. Yes, if anyone could find Gray, it was these guys. Chapter 9. Grace. Despite it only being late morning when I got back to the RV park, I fell into my bed and slept until early evening. I woke up for a few hours only because Damocles was sitting on my face. I fed him and laid back down, staring at the ceiling and thinking of Con's delicious muscles and tight ass until I fell back asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I felt refreshed and full of energy, but damned if my mind wasn't still on the big, handsome polar bear shifter. After making a call to check in with Serge, nothing new yet, I headed over to Gray's cottage to start cleaning and putting things back in order. There wasn't much else I could do, and I wasn't about to sit on my hands all day while my brother was God only knew where, knee-deep in God only knew what. I trusted that the guys at P.O.L.A.R were doing everything they could to find Gray, so I could focus on getting his house back in shape. I still felt stressed, but I didn't doubt Con's abilities. I was pretty sure he would find my brother, and then I was going to kick Gray's ass. My brother, working for the CIA? I was still having trouble processing it. If I was being completely honest, not that I believed the same shit that Dad had, but my fearfulness of the government was still there somewhat. I'd incorrectly assumed it was the same for Gray. I'd incorrectly assumed lots of things about him, apparently. I'd only been there a couple hours and had barely made a dent. Most of the time had just been spent trying my damnedest to keep my thoughts off the big, sexy, blonde Viking when the front door flew open with a loud crash. I let loose a startled scream, and my hand flew to my chest as I glared at Con. "What the hell? You scared the devil right out of me." "What are you doing here?" He glared right back at me. I waved my arms around, gesturing at the room, which granted wasn't quite up to showroom standards yet, but did look a little better. Cleaning? I would think that would be obvious." He looked at me as though I'd lost my mind. "It's too dangerous. If the people who trashed this place happen to come back and find you, do you have any idea what they might do?" I looked around. I hadn't thought about that. Not really. I just figured they'd already searched the house once. Why would they come back to do it again? It looked to me as though they'd done a thorough enough job the first time. "You assume I can't take care of myself, O ye of little faith." He strode across the room and grabbed me. "Against a group of men, probably armed? It has nothing to do with my faith in you. You can't be here by yourself, Grace." The force of his words put me on the defensive, and despite the fact that he was right, I opened my mouth to argue. "I have to do something, Con. I can't just sit around in the van and twiddle my thumbs." I crossed my arms over my chest and leveled him with my, business buster look. "I'll go crazy waiting for news about my brother." He caught my arm and turned toward the door, pulling me after him. "I can get myself back to the campground. Thank you very much. I don't need you dragging me." "I'm not taking you to the campground. I'm taking you to the P.O.L.A.R office. Serge's mate, Hannah, is there. She's nice and she'll keep you company." I pulled my arm free. "Do you hear yourself? You're not my keeper, Con. I don't need to be babysat like an unruly child." He spun around and bent low. Because he caught me off guard, he was able to push his shoulder into my stomach and lift me off my feet. I dangled over his shoulder, all the blood rushing to my head. "I can't focus on your brother if I'm worried about you," he grunted out. "Okay." Tossing me around like that was unexpected and highly erotic in a me Tarzan you Jane kind of cavemanish way. My eyes couldn't help staring at the way his ass moved in his jeans while he carted me downstairs. I crossed my arms and tried to be as stern and as dignified as I could while upside down and draped over the shoulder of undoubtedly the hottest man on the island. "This is ridiculous. Is this the way you polar bears operate? Y'all throw your clients around like a sack of potatoes? Or is that just you? Would Serge or one of the other guys do the same if they'd been the one to come check on me?" "They wouldn't dare." He rasped out, all growly-like, and his hand, which had been on my thigh, moved up to my ass. "They touch you and they lose their hands." A strange streak of pleasure coursed through me at his possessiveness. Okay, maybe I did like possessive men after all, or at least this possessive man. I played along. Excuse me. Your hand is on my ass, sir." He just grunted and left it there. If I was expecting him to be any type of normal and put me down next to a vehicle or some other form of transportation, I was mistaken. He continued to carry me all the way down Main Street that way, slung over his shoulder. Someone honked and I heard a cheer call out, but I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. I kind of liked being manhandled by the hottest man on the island, and I kinda didn't care who saw. "Is this how you treat all your clients, Constantine? If so, I feel like someone should give you a lesson in public relations. I squeaked when his hand landed firmly on my ass. Had he seriously just spanked me? How would you like it if I did that to you? Do it and find out. I tried to wiggle out of his grip, but it was useless. Where are you taking me? I told you I'm taking you to the P.O.L.A.R office to hang out with Hannah for the day. I'm following a lead, and I won't be able to concentrate unless I know you're safe. I was torn between frustration, humiliation, arousal, and flattery. Yeah, I was flattered that this hunky muscle man with incredibly smoldery violet eyes was carrying me down the street with his hand resting properatorially on my ass. But I was just frustrated and humiliated enough to not want to let him know how turned on I was. Con, I appreciate you worrying about me, but I'm a grown woman. I've lived on my own since I was 18, and I don't need you mothering me to death. Mothering you? His grip on my ass tightened. Is that what you think? Woman, if you only knew. I felt my face go red and crossed my arms again. It was a little ridiculous, hanging upside down and all, and I wasn't sure what to do with my hands. No way was I wrapping them around him. That spelled trouble, in all caps. I can only imagine your reviews on the Better Business Bureau. Bossy beasts who bully their clients. Hot, but real pains in the ass. I was mostly mumbling to myself, but Con laughed. The big one has a real issue with personal space, but at least he smells nice. So, I'm hot and I smell nice? Actually, I was calling the others hot. When Con tossed me back over his shoulder, easily caught me, and put me on my feet in front of him, it was only to snarl at me. His glowing eyes told me the bear was more in control than the man. I watched as his nose began to lengthen to a snout, and his voice emerged as a nearly inhuman gravelly growl. Don't look at them. I was stunned stupid. My mouth was still hanging open when he tossed me back over his shoulder and continued walking. Chapter 10. Constantine. I was breathing heavily by the time I threw open the office door. It had nothing to do with the walk, and everything to do with holding myself back from devouring the woman in my arms. I wanted desperately to claim her and mark her. Every inch of her called to me. My heart thundered in my chest, and my bear was so close to the surface that I knew he was visible in my eyes, but there was not a damned thing I could do about it. Con? Hannah jumped up from where she'd been sitting at the dispatcher desk and gaped at us, wide-eyed. I forced myself to put Grace down and back away from her. I was barely holding on to the sliver of self-control I had left. I needed to distance myself from her and regain composure. I kept walking backwards. She was having none of it, though. The little minx goaded me. What? You spend the past 10 minutes gripping my ass like it's the last cheeseburger on earth, and now you just turn tail and run away? Grace put her hands on her hips and tilted her head, the challenge evident. I told myself to leave. I told myself that leaving was best for both of us. But damned if I listened. I crossed the room in 2 strides and grabbed her before the squeal could make it out of her mouth. My lips crashed over hers. I pulled her flush against my body and, gripping her hair, licked at the seam of her lips. They parted with a groan, and angling her head back, I stroked my tongue into her mouth, tasting, plundering, owning that sweet mouth that tasted like honey cakes. I gripped her delicious ass, yanking her higher up and into me so she could feel the hard-as-steel erection I was sporting for her. When her thigh came up and wrapped around my hip, I growled and pulled her head back farther so I could kiss down her throat. Nipping and sucking her sweet skin into my mouth, I was desperate to put some kind of mark on her, no matter how temporary. What the fuck was I doing? I was seconds from ripping her clothes off and fucking her right there in the office, in front of Hannah, no less. I dragged myself away and balled my hands into fists to keep them from grabbing her again. I rolled my head back and closed my eyes. I could barely get words out, and when I did, they were stilted. "I'll be back in a few days." I didn't wait to hear what she had to say. I practically ran from the place, but not before filing away the mental snapshot of Grace, flushed and breathless from my kiss. That was an image I would hold on to forever. But if I didn't run out of there, God only knew what I'd end up doing. Never had I been so tempted to shirk my duties to the crown, my family, and my species. That I couldn't do. There was too much at stake. No matter how much it pained me, I couldn't have Grace. Damn. I needed to do better at remembering that. The sooner I found her brother and got things settled for her, the sooner she'd be able to go on her way, and I would have to go on mine too. I couldn't give Grace much, but I could leave her with something, and I'd move hell and high water to do it. I'd get her brother back for her. Unfortunately, gaining access to such confidential and protected information required tapping into all the intelligence at my disposal. If Gray Lowe was working for the CIA, then he would have covered his tracks pretty well. There was only one place I could go for access to the kind of information I needed. Our king, my father. I waited on the phone for nearly 10 minutes before my father picked up the line, and if that right there didn't show exactly how little clout a prince of the species carried these days. When he answered, my father's voice sounded older, tired. "Constantine, to what do I owe the extreme pleasure?" I winced at my father's unbridled sarcasm. It had been months since the two of us had last spoken. "Hello, Your Majesty, Father. I trust you are well?" He grunted. "Please tell me you have finally decided to grace us with your return." I cringed. I knew it was coming, but I cringed nevertheless. King Vladimir was a staunch traditionalist who hated change and held fast to old policies and traditions. He believed fully in the authority of the royals and the separation of classes, and had done everything in his power to see that archaic traditions continued. It had been a near miracle that he'd allowed me a few years to live anonymously amongst what he referred to as the masses. I might add that it took all my persuasive powers to convince him, and in the end, he only agreed because I assured him it would make me a better ruling monarch. "Soon, Father. I will be returning very soon." I prepared myself for his reaction to that statement. "Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable, Constantine. I've allowed you your foolish meandering. Now it's time to leave this adolescent folly, cease your play acting, and return home. The kingdom awaits you, as does your betrothed." My heart was in my throat. No one denied a direct order from the king. No one but me, anyway. I knew my father was eager to hand the mantle of reign over to me. I also knew that I would first need to mate a woman I hardly knew, certainly didn't love, and who had been chosen for me only months after I was born. I accepted all that as my fate. but I wouldn't leave before reuniting Grace with her brother. As my mind searched for the words to say that would placate him and give me more time, I wanted to kick my own ass. I was educated in diplomacy, for Christ's sake, tutored by nannies and governesses, fluent in 6 languages, as well as a myriad of other subjects that it was determined would someday serve me as ruler of our kind. It was merely a matter of tapping into what I'd been taught. I understand, Father, and agree wholeheartedly that it is time to assume my royal duties and ascend to the throne, and I am prepared to do just that. My face twisted into a wince as I said the words. As I am nearing the tail end of a crucial mission, I must extend our deadline for a short time more, merely until the mission is completed, at which time I will return immediately. He huffed, then grunted, then paused, then sighed. And the time frame for completing this mission? He sounded completely skeptical. I am afraid I have no definitive date. However, I assure it will be in the very near future. Very near. I could hear my father's exasperated sigh. How the man could communicate so much with just one sigh, I'd never know. And here was where I needed to make my critical move. I cleared my throat. Your assistance in the matter would greatly expedite the culmination of this mission. Another sigh, this one large and loud and seeming to say, I'm tired and weary, and my son's a royal pain in my royal ass. Maybe that was my imagination. What is it you ask from me this time, Constantine? I need information on the whereabouts of a certain wolf shifter believed to be working for or in cahoots with the CIA. I relayed all the information to my father, who, in turn, transferred it to his head of security. My patience is running thin. Very thin. I understand, Father. I give you my word. He grunted again. Need I remind you of the consequences should you not honor your word, Constantine? No, he did not need to remind me. I knew just what was at stake if I happened to withdraw from our agreement. He'd made it very clear. An unveiled threat he held over my head to ensure I would comply with our traditions. I am well aware of the stakes. Should I fail to return to Siberia and mate my betrothed, I would be banished from the kingdom, and worse, much worse, the guys on the P.O.L.A.R team would suffer. The team would be disbanded, defunded, and the guys, my friends, would be exiled from our homeland indefinitely. All to punish me. And that I would not allow. My sister and I had been fortunate enough to have grown up out of the public eye, something my mother had sworn my father to on her deathbed. And to his credit, King Vladimir had kept his word. There were no photographs of us, no sightings of us, and the media referred to me as the hidden prince. Only not so hidden in plain sight. I received a call back from my father's head of security not more than 30 minutes later, which was impressive by any standard. Turned out, Gray had been involved in something rather serious, and he had, indeed, been working undercover for the CIA. I still wasn't sure exactly where the guy had disappeared to, but thanks to my father's connections, I had a good solid lead on where to start digging. My father had come through, and soon it would be my turn to keep my side of the bargain, just as soon as I found Gray Low. My next step involved going undercover myself for a few days to follow the leads and see what info I could dig up. Chapter 11. Grace. If you don't stop feeding him, I'll have to roll him home." Heidi grinned as she held out another piece of raw fish for Damocles to gobble up greedily. "I caught this myself just this morning, little fella." "I'm surprised he isn't frightened with all the big bear pheromones that must be floating around this place." Kerrigan patted the top of the cat's head and giggled as I tried to figure out what sorcery had turned my grumpy cat into a sweet, purring, overfed, spoiled rotten attention whore. Hannah and I had hit it off so well that she invited me to the P.O.L.A.R house where she and the other women, mates of some of the guys, were gathering to fix a big home-cooked meal. I tried to beg off by saying that I couldn't leave Damocles alone so long, but instead of accepting that excuse, she insisted I bring my cat along. Right as Parker was putting the finishing touches on the table settings, since she was the only one of the women who had 0 cooking skills, the doorbell chimed. "Can you grab that, Grace?" I was closest, so I hopped up to greet whoever was on the other side of the door, and opened it to a tall, statuesque woman who looked me up and down, wrinkling her nose with a sneer of disgust. "Well, smell you too." Her voice was harsh and grating. "Where is Constantine?" "Okay. And you are?" She looked down her nose at me. "Here, for Constantine. Where is he?" I suddenly felt defensive and had to remind myself that this wasn't my house, and despite him trying to lick my tonsils earlier, Con wasn't my man. I had no reason to get all protective and defensive. Still, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. He's not here." Megan stepped up next to me. "Can I help you with something? What do you want with Con?" "Con?" She spat the word out like it was vile and distasteful. "Have you no respect? His name is Constantine, Prince Konstantin Nikolaeva, and he happens to be my fiancé. Now, I'll ask only once more. Where is he?" A flush ran through me as the words hit home. Wide-eyed, I turned to Kerrigan. She turned to Parker, who turned to Heidi. After several seconds of stunned silence, Megan was the first to regain her composure and speak. "Prince? There must be a mistake. You can't be talking about the same Constantine who lives here, the one we know." Suddenly, Serge descended the stairs from the second floor. As he took in the scene at the front door, he must have realized there was something strange going on. He stepped forward and took charge, eyeing the tall blonde suspiciously. "And who might you be?" "It's not who I might be, it's who I am. Lady Valentina Vasiliev, betrothed to Prince Constantine Nikolaev, who happens to be your crowned prince, Bear. You might show a bit more respect." Serge's face went white as a ghost as he processed the information. "Prince Constantine?" Then he turned a raging red as the implication sunk in. "I'll be goddamned. The hidden prince." Apparently, I wasn't the only one who was blindsided by this information. "Are you going to stand there gaping at me like an open-mouthed carp, Bear, or are you going to invite me in?" Of course, Lady Valentina. Won't you please come in?" The only thing worse than crushing on some hot Viking god who disappears after practically dry humping you in front of a potential new friend was meeting his fiancée only hours later. And now my circle of shame was complete. As Lady Valentina entered P.O.L.A.R House with 5 of her attendants in tow, all eyes in the room swung to me. Lady Valentina, it turned out, was sharp as a tack. She saw the heads turn my way and seemed to catch on immediately why they did so. She stared daggers at me while simultaneously barking orders to her attendants who were hauling in what looked like a truckload of luggage. Then she turned her order barking to Serge, who ended up directing each of the attendants to one of the upstairs bedrooms. I was more than aware that I probably reeked of consent, which would be especially noticeable to a shifter. So, when her sharp eyes raked over me while her delicate nostrils flared, I knew what she was getting. The scent of her man all over me. I was furious and ashamed all at once. Although, was it really fair to be angry with Con? What did he do anyway? There was an extreme mutual attraction between us, to be sure, but that kind of thing couldn't be helped. It wasn't anyone's fault. Although there was that kiss, that panty-melting, jaw-dropping, heart-pounding kiss. Hell yeah, I could be angry at Con. He deserved to have his eyes scratched out for making out with me when he already had a woman. I took another look at Lady Valentina. Gorgeous, tall, blonde, statuesque, with legs that didn't quit, and perfect hair, and an awesome manicure, and designer clothes that looked like they were tailored to her. They probably were. Her dress managed to show off her flawless figure, while at the same time reflect impeccable taste. No wonder Con was engaged to her. Or should I say, Prince Constantine. I could picture them side by side. They actually made a beautiful couple in a Barbie and Ken sort of way. Him, a large, muscled Viking-looking warrior prince, and her, a stately and regal blonde princess. What the hell had he been doing with me? Slumming? The piece de resistance was when Valentina, staring directly at me, insisted her things be placed in Con's bedroom. Ouch. If I hadn't been humiliated before, at that moment I would have paid good money to have the floor swallow me whole. She was clearly marking him as hers. It couldn't have been more obvious if she'd lifted her leg and peed on the man. Actually, it was too bad Constantine wasn't around to be peed on. I would have enjoyed that right about then. I was ready to tuck tail and scram out of there, but my humiliation wasn't yet complete. Oh no. As I tried to sneak out of the room, Lady Valentina ceased barking orders at her staff long enough to level me with a sinister gaze. "Where are you off to, human?" I straightened my shoulders and met her gaze. I felt terrible for making out with her almost husband, but I hadn't known anything about her, and it wasn't fair that I should be made to feel like scum because of Con's betrayal. I flashed my biggest fake smile and waved. "Home, bye-bye." Hannah tucked her arm through mine and smiled. "I'll come with you." At that, all the others, Heidi, Megan, Kerrigan, and Parker, piped up, expressing how they were all concerned about me walking home by myself, and it was only right they accompany me. Valentina snorted a laugh. "A girls' trip? Maybe I should come along and we can all gossip about whose fiancé we've been fucking." Serge growled and stepped forward. "That's my mate you're talking to?" "And I'll be your queen soon, bear." Her eyes moved back to me and pinned me in place. "Have you no mate to step forward and defend you?" I shrugged. Just me. A bear to fuck you, but no one to love you. Pity. Hannah's hand tightened on my arm in support, and suddenly I felt as though I was in a group of friends facing off against the mean girl. Her words were bitchy and petty, but they cut deeper than I cared to admit. I wasn't the type of person to engage in a catfight, though, so I let it go. I'd always kept my head down and chin up when things got rough, taken the high road, so I swallowed the lump in my throat. Oh my God! What? Valentina narrowed her eyes, provoking me. Are you going to cry? Humans and their emotions. It's been 5 minutes and already you're in tears. She's not worth it. She's not worth it. She's not worth it. I chanted to myself to keep from slugging her one in her perfect nose. I lifted one shoulder in a casual shrug and attempted to narrow my eyes the same way she did. No, I was just noticing that you have lipstick on your teeth. Pity. Hannah giggled, pushing me out of the house, and the others followed. The door slammed shut behind us, and Parker snorted. You just pissed off the soon-to-be queen of the polar bear shifters. I made an unflattering fart sound. Who cares? She's not my queen. She's no one to me. You've got that right, sister. Kerrigan looped her arm through mine on the other side, while Megan and Parker tried to one-up each other as they both attempted to perfect their Valentina impersonations. Heidi chuckled as she followed, carrying Damocles. As horrible as that whole scene had felt, there was one silver lining. For the first time in my life, I experienced what it was like to have girlfriends. Chapter 12. Constantine. Where the fuck are you? Serge was in my head, and as angry as I'd ever heard him. Undercover? Oh, we need a boat. What the fuck do you think you're doing going undercover without saying something? You think you're some lone vigilante or something? Did you forget about the rest of us? That you're part of a fucking team? No, just go on, run off undercover. Don't let anyone know if you're alive or dead. I'm alive, and I've got a pretty good lead on Gray. In fact, I think I found him. But we need a boat, something small. We're going to have to slip under the radar of the Coast Guard and Uncle Sam. Fucking hell. He hesitated for a moment. When you get back on land, you have more than a little explaining to do. You've got a damn shitstorm waiting for you here. My stomach twisted. Is Grace okay? Oh, she's great, super. So's your fucking fiancé, Prince Charming. A cold dread washed over me. Fuck. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. When did you think you were gonna tell us? Oh, fuck. Valentina in Sunkissed Key. I could only imagine how that must have gone over with Grace. Not to mention the team finding out about my title. I'd worry about the team later. It was Grace that had my stomach twisting itself in knots. My bear was raging, urging me to go to her immediately, explain, beg forgiveness, and I really wanted to. But I knew the best thing I could do for her right then was to find her brother and see to his safe return. Is she okay? Who? Grace, is Grace okay? How the fuck do I know? Who do you think I am, her therapist? It occurred to me that the phone call to my father must have triggered Valentina's surprise visit. He probably put her up to it. Look, I can't blow my cover just yet. Can you get a boat and meet me the night after tomorrow at dusk, just off the port of Miami? A few minutes passed, and I was almost certain Serge was going to tell me to fuck off and get my own boat. I'll arrange it and contact you once I know the details. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Thanks, brother. I hadn't missed the anger in his words. I also was under no illusion as to why it was there. The guys probably all felt betrayed by me. I'd hidden my true identity from them for years. I'd hidden it from everyone. Serge, more than anyone, deserved to have been made aware of my title, but I'd never wanted to stand out or be treated any differently. I wanted to be appreciated on my own merits. Swearing, I turned back to the small hotel room I'd gotten for the night. I hadn't seen Valentina since we were kids. I had no clue of the person she was or what kind of woman she'd grown into. I remembered her as a vapid, spoiled, rotten brat. To be fair, we were both 7 at the time. For all I knew, she may have changed into a kind and generous person in the intervening years, but it wouldn't matter if her heart rivaled Mother Teresa's. I would go through with the mating, ascend to the throne, do what I was bred and groomed to do, fulfill my duties. But as of 3 days ago, I knew there was only one woman who would ever claim my heart. I would find Grace's brother and then mate Valentina. I didn't see another way. Chapter 13. Grace. Everyone avoided Polar House like the plague. Everyone except Serge, who was in charge and had nowhere else to go. Even Hannah slept with me in the van, as Valentina took up residence in the Polar bungalow with her entourage. While Hannah was dispatching at the Polar office, I worked on my jewelry, making and finishing the ebook covers I'd been working on. Then I went from new friend to new friend, doing anything I could to pass the time and avoid thinking about Gray and Con and any danger they might be in. I helped Megan take pictures of a wedding. I helped Kerrigan rearrange the new furniture she and Dimitri had purchased. Heidi let me keep her company while she bartended. And Parker had me attending a birthing class with her while Maxim was on a job. It was strange how easily I fit into their friend group. A good thing, too, because I needed to keep busy. I was riddled with stress about Gray and hoping Con was safe. I'd gotten no new information about the search for my brother except that Con had gone undercover for some reason. Just when I thought I was going to snap from the anxiety, Serge revealed that Con had a line on Gray and they were attempting some sort of rescue. That's all the information I could pry out of Serge, but at least it was something. They were bringing Gray home. Ignoring the warning Con had given me about staying away from Gray's place, I went and worked the entire afternoon, bagging up trash and hauling out broken furniture pieces, getting his house in livable order. He was missing a few essential items of furniture, things that had been destroyed beyond repair, but Megan came through with some second-hand pieces her neighbor was getting rid of. By the time we finished, his house looked pretty good, if I do say so myself. All the girls were with me at Gray's. Since the guys were on an overnight job, they decided to hang out with me for the night. Secretly, I suspected they were trying to distract me and take my mind off Gray, and Con, and Lady Royal stick up her butthole. Hannah had stopped into the Polar house to grab a bottle of wine and a few DVDs. "She's driving me fucking crazy," Heidi snorted. "Tell us how you really feel." "I feel like I want to strangle her. I've never been violent before. I didn't even think I was the violent type, but I changed my mind. She never shuts up, and it's all complaints and judgments, and she keeps calling me human as though I don't have a name." Parker sniffed. "If you ask me, any man who'd want to marry her is completely off his rocker." She suddenly realized what she'd said, and her eyes widened as she turned to me. "Oh, sorry." I shrugged. I was curled up in the corner of the couch Megan's neighbor had donated. "She's so beautiful, though. Her skin is flawless." Kerrigan giggled. "Makeup. I saw her coming out of Con's room the other morning, and believe me, most of her face is painted on. She's got no eyebrows, no eyelashes, nothing. She's still perfect, though." "She's not perfect, Grace." Hannah reached over and held my hand. "She's ugly on the inside, and that sort of thing shows through." "No shit." Megan was stroking Damocles behind the ear to his great delight. "Not a one of us can stand to be anywhere near her." Evidently, Con can stand it just fine. I pressed my lips together so hard it hurt, regretting saying the pitiful words as soon as they snuck out. "Ignore that." Hannah came in from the kitchen carrying a bowl of popcorn. "If Con is into her, he's an idiot." "What am I saying? Of course he's not into her. I saw how he was with you, Grace. He's totally into you. None of us have ever seen Con act the way he acted with you. And, just so we're clear, you're pretty perfect too, you know." Heidi grinned at me. "Yeah, but I'm definitely not princess material. I suspect Lady Valentina wouldn't be caught dead living in a converted cargo van. She probably grew up in a mansion, maybe even a palace with servants and butlers." At any rate, the woman was high-bred in every way and knew it. All I knew is the sooner Gray was found, the sooner I could leave Sunkissed Key and put this whole painful mess behind me. "Maybe she's lying, making the whole fiancé thing up." Parker gasped and sat straight upright. "Wait a minute. If Con's this hidden prince, like the guy said, maybe he has to marry her, like an arranged marriage. That kind of stuff goes on all the time with royalty." Megan grinned teasingly and did a mock curtsy in front of Parker. "Oh, does it, Your Royal Highness?" Parker laughed and tossed one of the new throw pillows at her. "Girl, you better shut it before I stick my royal tiara up your commoner backside." We talked late into the night, but I was exhausted and ended up passing out on my little corner of the couch. I woke up in the middle of the night to find them all stretched out around me. Heidi was on the couch with me. Kerrigan was curled up in Gray's new but used recliner with Hannah. Megan and Parker were on a pallet on the floor, Megan spooning Parker. I almost got my camera for that one. I realized with a wave of emotion that I had friends, and I was in the middle of my very first sleepover. I felt an incredible loss that I would never be able to explore the feelings between Con and me. Silly, since we hardly knew each other. But as I looked around the living room, I knew it would be hard to say goodbye to these guys. Heidi stretched in her sleep and shoved her feet into my lap. Someone in the room snored, and Kerrigan mumbled something that sounded like the toadstools are singing. A weird little group of friends. I fit in like the last puzzle piece, I realized as I shoved Heidi's feet off me and got comfortable again. Still, Gray would soon be home, I would soon be on my way, and soon Con would be committing himself to someone else. Chapter 14. Constantine. Gray Lowe was a pain in the ass. We found him all right. Turned out the rescue mission was a bust, though, since he hadn't needed rescuing. He'd been voluntarily holed up on a fishing vessel in Cuban waters, and he had no intention of leaving. Unfortunately, he was a big guy, almost my size, and it appeared as though we were evenly matched as far as combat skills. Just when I was getting ready to pound some sense into him, Maxim mentioned Grace. learning that his little sister had come looking for him and that it was, in fact, Grace who sent us to find him, let all the wind out of his sails and affected him in a way that made me grudgingly respect him. After that, he came with us willingly, and we crammed into the speedboat that Dmitri had acquired. I knew better than to ask where or how he acquired it. On the ride back from Miami to Sunkissed Key, Gray relayed his story about how he'd gotten burned by the agency he worked for. With an especially nasty group of illegal arms dealers after him and a near-fatal gunshot wound, he'd had no choice but to lay low for a while. He'd been hiding out, healing, and trying to figure out a way to get back on dry land without costing several lives. After hearing Gray's story, there was a lull in conversation inside the van as Serge drove us back to the office. I felt eyes on me, several side glances directed my way. And it was entirely too quiet. The guys were pissed at me, and rightfully so. I'd been lying to them. When I couldn't stand Maxim's gaze burning a hole in me anymore, I turned to meet his eyes and raised my brows questioningly. He spoke quietly. "Why did you never say anything?" Oh, fuck. Instant guilt. I rolled my head back, let out a slow breath, and spoke to the ceiling. "Would you?" Serge's scowl was dark as he caught my gaze through the rearview mirror, straightened and shook his head. "Well, someone sure as shit should have, Prince Constantine." "What do you want me to say, Serge? Sorry that I hid who I was because I wanted to be treated like everyone else? Sorry that I didn't tell you that my family thinks there's something fucking special, and I have this title I carry around like a ball and chain?" I scrubbed my hands down my face. "It's not anything I asked for. I am sorry that I kept it from you, all of you, but do you think I would even be here if you knew? Would I have even made it onto the team if you knew that I carried a title?" Serge grunted. "Fuck no. The last thing I need is some royal asshole under me." "Exactly." The van grew quiet again. I wasn't sure if the guys were silently cursing me to eternal damnation, or if they were considering how it might be to stand in my shoes. Suddenly, Alexei started snickering. I shot him a nasty glare. "Something funny?" "King Khan. Kinda has a ring to it. Reminds me of, let's see, 1,000-pound gorilla on top of the Empire State Building, perhaps?" At that, a few more chuckles before the others joined in. "He's got a face like King Kong," Roman ribbed. "More like King Dong," Dmitri chimed in. I grinned at Dmitri. "King Big Dong, thank you," Maxim snorted. "King Ding Dong." And it didn't stop there. The guys continued to razz me the whole way back from the port of Miami as Gray watched, snickering. I took it, honored to the core of my being to know them. Loyal, brave, friends to the end, these guys were the best group of guys I'd ever known. We no sooner pulled the van up in front of the P.O.L.A.R office when any further talk was interrupted by squealing tires and a wild screech of joy. This elicited a laugh from Gray, who was standing beside me on the sidewalk. Grace had pulled her Sprinter van up behind us and was up and out of the vehicle, rounding it at breakneck speed, the engine still running. She threw herself at Gray, crashing into him with a painful-sounding thud that had him groaning. She hugged him hard, her arms stretched to wrap around him fully, then kiss his cheeks, her eyes brimming with tears. Gray seemed taken aback by the display, but his shoulders straightened and his chest puffed out, pride evident in his haggard expression. It was clear that he adored his sister. She pulled away from him and threw herself at me next. If Gray had been shocked, I was completely blown away. Her arms looped around my neck, pulling me close and planting a kiss on my jaw. "Thank you for bringing him home, Con." Before I could react and keep her right there like I wanted to, with her breast smashed against my chest and her soft curves pressed against me like they belonged there, she'd pulled away. That quickly. Standing in front of Gray again, she reached up and slapped him. "Do you have any idea how much you scared me? You have some nerve, Graylow. I should kick your ass for this. I thought something had happened to you. I thought you'd gotten caught in someone's trap again, or shot. I thought you were—" Gray winced and wrapped her in a hug as her voice started to crack. "I'm sorry, Gracie. I'm sorry I scared you, but I'm here and I'm okay." "Are you gonna tell her you did get shot?" Alexei chuckled. Grace pulled back with horror written all over her face. "You were shot?" I rested my hand on her shoulder and squeezed gently. "Why don't we go inside and talk there?" She shrugged my hand off, and the attitude of gratitude she'd shown me earlier evaporated in thin air. "Your fiancé is inside, and she doesn't really like me, not that I blame her. I think I'll take my brother home. Thank you for finding him. I'll get the bill from Serge and settle it." I've told her several times that I'd take care of the bill. It was a clear dismissal and not at all something I was willing to accept. Not yet. First, I had some explaining to do to her, apologizing actually. "I'll drive you both home." "Prince Constantine?" A high-pitched, whiny voice pierced my eardrums. Then I caught a waft of perfume that smelled like a cross between cabbage and cat piss. My dick shriveled. "It's about time." "Valentina." The woman clicked her stilettos over to me, flashed a sickly, sweet fake smile, and ran her hand up my bicep. Grace's eyes flashed pain, only for a split second, but I saw it, before her gaze moved back to Gray. She cupped her brother's face and sighed. "Let's get you home, big brother. You can get cleaned up and then tell me what exactly happened to you." Serge cleared his throat. "Things aren't completely wrapped up, Grace. Your brother is still in danger." "What?" With wild eyes, she suddenly shoved Gray towards the office. "Get inside, then! What are you doing, standing out here in the open? Jesus, do you want to get shot again?" Gray laughed and hugged her to his chest again. "Relax, Gracie. Your new pals here are going to help me clean up my mess. For now, I'm fine. We can go back to the house and talk." "That's right. I'll have someone outside guarding the house at all times, at least until your brother's 100%. You'll be safe there. We'll be keeping watch." Serge smiled at her and then shot me a look of annoyance. "Con, why don't you take care of your business?" He nodded at Valentina.
"Yes, Constantine, we have lots of plans to make."
Shiny pink fingernails landed on my shoulder and tugged.
"We have lots of things to do, including getting to know each other a little better."
Grace stiffened but kept her gaze on her brother. "Come on, let's go." Serge followed them. "I'll come for first watch. According to Hannah, you ladies spent some time at Gray's house." Serge growled lightly. "I believe you were told to stay away from the place without one of us there." Gray just watched his sister with a proud smile on his face. "I wouldn't get on her bad side, man. She has the face of an angel, but she's got mad combat skills. She could take any of us down if she had to." Valentina scoffed.
"A weak little human? That would be the day."
I turned to her and frowned. "Lady Valentina, please wait inside." Grace was already leaving, though. When I glanced back, she was fussing over Gray, getting him into the van, and buckling him up as though he wasn't capable of doing it himself. He was allowing her to fuss, watching with an amused grin. Serge gave me a pointed look. "We'll talk later. I'll come by the cottage." Serge's eyes shifted from Grace to Valentina and back. "I don't think that's the best idea." Valentina grabbed my arm again.
"He's right. You're a prince, Constantine. You're going to be king soon. You're better than this running around, tracking people down, playing some god-awful military bad boy.
The guys gave me a disgusted look, as though Valentina was my fault, and filed inside the office. I was stuck there. Valentina was still grasping my arm. She was wrong. I wasn't better than any of these men. I'd spent several years with them, knew who they were, and was honored to be among them and accepted by them. I stood there a few more seconds, watching as Grace's van, Freebird, backed up and pulled out onto the road. Chapter 15. Grace. All the anger I was feeling toward Con vanished the moment I witnessed his reaction to Valentina. While she clutched him and stroked his bicep, the man looked as though he was seriously thinking of chewing his own arm off. That was definitely not the reaction of a man whose betrothed showed up for a surprise visit. Not if he was in love, or even like. I had no doubt Con was either. The whole thing made me hurt for him. I wasn't sure what was worse. Granted, watching him sweep her into his big arms and welcome her with a passionate kiss would have sucked donkey balls, but watching him cringe and recoil at her touch? Damn. Poor guy. Parker was right. The engagement couldn't have been his choice. Not that I forgave him completely. I mean, he could have said something, but I was beginning to better understand his actions. I figure we can get some rest tonight, and I'll start packing up in the morning. Gray stared at me over the cold beer he'd been chugging, pulling me out of my thoughts. I glanced at the door. Serge was outside, somewhere, standing guard. It's still not safe here, and I'm in no condition to be battling anyone. I like Sunkissed Key, but it's time to move on. He flashed his boyishly charming grin. I crossed my arms over my chest and frowned. Who's after you that you think you and the polar bears can't handle? He sighed, as though he knew the question was only a matter of time, and he was surprised it took this long for me to ask. I was undercover with a small-times weapons dealing operation when my cover was blown. They supply a big-time drug cartel. I have enough on them that they're probably not just going to throw their hands in the air and say, oh well. They're not done with me, and it's not that I don't think P.O.L.A.R can handle them, it's that I don't think it's worth it, Gracie. Not when I can just disappear. It's one thing you and I know well, right? It's what we do. He gave me that crooked half grin that Gray used to charm the heck out of women of all ages. I've seen it work on everyone from schoolgirls to 80-year-old great-grandmas. Yeah, but we don't hide out from each other. Gray winced. Sorry. I would have emailed you as soon as I healed a little more. I was only in hiding to give myself time to get over the wound. They'll still be after you, though. It wouldn't be the first time, baby sis. I scowled at him. The shiny newness of having him home safe was beginning to wear off. Who are you? Come on, Gracie, that's not fair. Isn't it? I feel like I don't know my own brother. You work for the government? You're some spy? I shook my head. I thought you were doing illegal stuff this entire time. I thought you were... like Dad. Gray tensed. Do not compare me to that man. Then stop running. Stay here and face this so you don't have to look over your shoulder for the rest of your life. I gestured out at his back deck, visible through French doors at the back of the house. Look at this place. It's beautiful. A good place to settle and put down roots. He just shrugged without looking at the view. You know as well as I do that a view can change in an instant, and there are beautiful ones all over this country. Gray, I want to stay. I blew out a rough breath. I want to stay here, and I want you to stay too. We haven't seen each other in years. Don't you miss me?" He leaned forward and squeezed my knee. "Of course I do, Gracie. Just 'cause I leave Sunkissed Key doesn't mean we couldn't visit in other places. It won't happen. You and I both know it. We both leave here, and who knows when I'll see you again. The next time you don't email me, what if you're not just hiding? What if these people find you? I want this to be over. I want it to be over, and I want us to be a normal family." With a giant sigh, Gray leaned back on the couch. "Come on, Grace, you know, that's not us." My mocking sigh was just as loud. "Don't you think it could be? I mean, if we wanted, if we tried?" He didn't say anything. His eyes shut and he let his head rest on the cushion behind him. "Gray, I have made friends here. 5 amazing women. I have friends for the first time in my life, and we even had a sleepover. I had my first sleepover at the age of 28. I pinched my thumb and forefinger together. I'm this close to having friends, family, and a regular life. What if we both stayed and you and I didn't run anymore, and instead we got to be like normal brother and sister?" I sucked in a huge breath and blew it all out just as fast. "There's only one problem with that. Neither of us can stay if we don't settle this mess." "Fuck, Gracie. You know I'd do anything for you. I don't know if I can do that." "Don't be like him. Don't run from this. I'm not fucking like him, damn it." He stood up and stomped to the kitchen. "This is bigger than our daddy issues. Staying here could put people in danger. You could be in danger." "You said yourself that I can handle myself, Gray." I stood up and marched over to him. "Want me to show you that I can still handle myself?" He stepped back. "Grace, don't. I'm still healing." I sent him a dark grin and nodded. "That's what I thought. Scared of me? Huh. I'm not some helpless damsel. If it came down to it, I could hold my own." He stared at me for what felt like forever and then grunted. "You really like this place, huh?" My shoulders sagged. "I do. More than that, though, Gray. I love you. I need you in my life, more than what we've had. I didn't even realize how lonely and isolated I've been until I got here and was surrounded by people. I'm thinking that maybe there's more to life than moving from town to town, never really knowing anyone or letting them know me. In all the years since you could talk, you've never asked me for anything." He wrapped me in a hug and sighed into my hair. "You know that? All these years, and you never needed anything. Or if you did, you didn't mention it. Which is probably more likely what it was, right?" I just shrugged. "Hell, you gave way more than I ever gave back. You fought for me when no one else would." He pushed me away and held my shoulders. "You remember that time in Kansas City? I was getting bullied, and you ran in like some miniature badass and tried to fight boys 5 and 6 years older than you. You would have willingly gotten your ass handed to you for me." "You shifted, though. Scared the meanness right out of them." I grinned. "It can still be like that. We can deal with this together." He threw his hands up and looked up at the ceiling. "Fuck it. Fine. We'll stay. I won't have you getting in the middle of this fight, though. Understand me? It's not happening." I started to argue, but stopped myself. Best to quit while I was ahead. "Fine." He rolled his eyes and pushed me away from him. "Get out of my face now. I need to shower and change into something that doesn't smell like week old dead fish." I didn't want to say anything. Hardy har har, funny. He got to the doorway to his bedroom before looking back at me over his shoulder. "What's up with you and that, Prince guy?" I felt my cheeks redden. Nothing. Didn't look like nothing to me. Chapter 16. Constantine. My brain was melting. There was no other explanation for the headache that was blooming behind my eyes. Valentina's voice and constant yammering were slowly killing me, and I'd only been in her presence for 20 or so minutes. 20 minutes that felt like 20 million years. As I sat listening to Valentina, the boner killer, and my nuts tried to dig their way up inside my groin to get away from her, my thoughts kept straying to Grace. The way her arms had swung around me, her soft body pressed tightly against mine in gratitude, as though we were two halves of a whole coming together. God, I wanted that woman. Valentina was pacing the room, her hands gesturing wildly as she continued to speak animatedly.
And we must have a festival to celebrate the coronation. We owe it to our subjects. I've already hired a personal photographer of my own for the event to be sure my social media pics are from the best angle and with the best lighting.
I had hated the composed, almost embarrassed way Grace had retreated from me once she realized she'd had her arms around me. I hated that almost as much as I hated the empty ache in my chest that followed.
Wedding dress, of course, will be a Givenchy, but I found a marvelous up-and-coming designer for the gown I'll wear to the formal engagement party. She's...
Valentina's voice had not changed in all these years. Astonishingly, it still hit the same abrasive pitch as when we were kids. Nails meet chalkboard. The pained look on Grace's face when Valentina had stepped out of the office was one I'd never forget. I'd watched her cheeks instantly flush before she'd turned toward her brother. That hurt so much my lungs constricted to the point it was hard to breathe. I couldn't stand that I was responsible for her pain.
An off-shoulder cream sateen with hand-tied lace. It will be the envy of every she-bear alive. Let them eat their hearts out is what... Prince Constantine, are you even listening?
I blinked, trying to make sense of what she was saying. The idea of spending the rest of my life with the woman was about as pleasant as shoving thumbtacks through my eyeballs. Valentina's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
I asked how soon you can be ready to leave. Estelle can have my things packed in 10 minutes. I'll be relieved to be rid of this place. It reeks of a zoo.
She picked invisible lint off of her tailored skirt.
Honestly, I have no clue how you've managed for so long. These bears are all so simple. And what is it with the fascination with humans? Between you and me, I find it vile how the lower classes behave.
She huffed indignantly.
Prince Constantine.
This time she stomped her high heel in the carpet.
Are you listening to me?
No. No, I'm not listening, Lady Valentina. I'm afraid this isn't going to happen. Valentina's jaw dropped as she stared at me. Then her face turned a nasty shade of crimson, and she looked as though her head might explode.
Excuse me? Which part?
I stood to my full height. All of it. The formal engagement party, the wedding, the reception, the coronation. None of it is going to happen. Valentina's look of complete and utter indignation said she'd have liked to have a flamethrower right about then to create a new dish. Constantine Flambe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you've come all this way at my father's insistence, no doubt. But the whole idea of this betrothal is archaic, not to mention cruel. We hardly know each other. We damn sure don't love each other. Her face contorted in a furious death stare.
You cannot do this. I will not allow it.
It's done. And done. I stood up and moved towards the door.
It's that human, isn't it? With the dog brother? She's weak, Constantine. No backbone and the genetic clarity of a sponge.
I growled, willing to ignore her insult to Grace only because of the shock breaking our engagement must be to her. Not that she gave a rat's ass about me. I knew she only craved the title and power becoming my mate would grant her. I hope you find your true mate, Valentina. I also hope the poor guy had a hearing problem. And I apologize for any embarrassment this may cause you or your family.
Oh, no, you don't. This mating is going to happen, Constantine. It's going to happen because I have your father on speed dial.
She waved her cell phone back and forth in front of her face.
His Majesty has assured me that either you come back and this mating takes place, or both you and your little army buddies will never be allowed to set foot in Siberia again, and your precious polar unit will be disbanded and defunded as of yesterday. Yesterday!
The smug, humorless grin, vicious and malicious, that spread across her face reminded me of a gaping wound. But she had the upper hand, and she knew it. She just played her trump card. Either I followed through with this ridiculous and archaic mating, go back to my homeland and ascend to the throne, or I hang my team out to dry. I loved those guys like brothers. I slammed the door so hard as I left that it cracked the frame. I didn't care. What I really wanted to do was go back in and throw Lady Valentina out of my bedroom window. Despite Serge suggesting I stay away, I went straight to Gray's cottage. I didn't know what I was going to say to Grace, but I had to see her. I needed to at least explain that none of this was my choice. I'd never meant for her to be hurt by anything. I looked up at the house and saw Grace peering out at me from behind a curtain. Her eyes widened, and then she was gone. Swearing, I held out my hands to Serge, conveying I meant no harm. I just need to talk to Grace. You're soon to be mated to a woman who's been spending all of her time making us absolutely miserable. Wonderful lady, that one. She's not my choice, man. I looked back up, hoping to catch another glimpse of Grace. She your true mate? When I looked at him in horror, he laughed. Grace, not Valentina. I blew out a deep sigh and nodded. Yes. What are you going to do? Not much I can do. Bullshit. Serge appeared concerned, but he didn't know the whole story. Look, about keeping everything from you and the guys. He held his hands up, gesturing me to be silent. I was pissed as hell at first, we all were, well, except Alexei. We figured that all this time we didn't know you, but that lasted all of about 5 minutes. Then we realized we didn't know the title you carried, but we know you. Better than anyone else knows you. We've seen the real you. Hell, you're one of us. We're a team. My throat suddenly clogged with a huge lump. Even after deceiving and keeping my identity from them, they stuck by me. I had mad respect for that kind of loyalty, and they deserved my loyalty in return. I headed toward the stairs. We'll talk later, okay? He grinned and rolled his eyes. Later, brother. Brother. I took the stairs 2 at a time and knocked much louder than I meant to. When Gray opened the door, he looked like he was ready for a fight until he saw it was me. Grace, Prince Boy Toy is here. He walked back to the couch and dropped onto it. Grace peeked out from the kitchen and frowned at her brother. Her arm snapped out, and a wet rag flew across the room and slapped Gray in the back of the head. Don't be an asshole. Gray acted as if she'd poured a bucket of spiders on him, squirming to get away from the rag. That's disgusting. You cleaned the floor with that. He had you scrubbing floors. I stepped farther into the room and scowled at the wolf. She wanted to. She's weird like that, and who am I to get in her way? He rolled his eyes at me. Stick around some, you'll learn that too. Why the fuck is everyone rolling their eyes at me? Grace let out a breathy snicker and then smiled. I can think of a reason or two. I fought the smile that tugged at my lips. I didn't deserve her smiles. They were like Cupid's arrow through the heart. Her beauty was a beam of sunshine radiating, lighting the room. Go for a walk with me. She nodded. Okay. Chapter 17. Grace. I was probably a fool for agreeing to go for a walk with Constantine. The truth was twofold. One, I felt sorry for him because I didn't for a second believe that he was in love with the wicked witch from the north. And two, well, he was just tough to resist. I knew he was either going to explain that he was engaged and I was a mistake or tell me that I was nice and all, but he just wasn't that into me. I was waiting for the formal rejection, but he shocked me. He just silently took my hand in his and walked with me down the beach. I took off my sandals and carried them in my other hand, settling in for a longer stroll. I knew he was not mine, but with our hands intertwined, was it so wrong that I pretended for a few minutes that he was? Yes. Yes, it was. It was certifiable, pathetic, and I knew better. But my dumb, stupid, moronic, idiotic heart was stupid as fuck. Minutes passed without him saying anything, and I let out a little sigh. I wanted to know what he was thinking. Why was he there, holding my hand, and where was his mate to be? Did she know where he was? I guessed I'd need to be the one to break the ice. So, you're a prince. Grace. About Valentina. I understand. His brow creased and he turned to look down at me as we kept walking. He looked surprised. You do? Yeah, well, no. I don't know. Explain it to me. He nodded and stared down at his feet as we slowly strolled through the sand. Shifter traditions are strange and archaic, but as heir to the throne, I have always known I had certain obligations. Adhering to old world traditions, including mating a pre-selected female of suitable stature and breeding, is just one of the sacrifices that will be asked of me in my lifetime. He looked so sad that I gave his hand a little squeeze of support. But you don't even seem to like her. Are you really expected to take her as a mate? The corner of his lips turned up in a wry smile that didn't reach his eyes. It takes incredible effort to even be in the same room as her, but that doesn't matter. My life is not my own. Because of that, I've kept myself remote and unapproachable where women were concerned, knowing that romance could have potentially negative consequences. Until you. I couldn't resist. I felt a blush streak my cheeks. The whole situation was just awful for him, awful for me, for both of us. We walked along in silence for a few minutes. Neither of us seemed to know what to say next. I'm glad your brother was okay. He glanced down at me and then looked away. The team will stay around until it's clear that he's not in danger anymore. Neutralize any threat that comes his way. You don't have to worry about that. I knew he was attempting to change the subject, but I didn't want to talk about Gray. I loved my brother, and I was beyond grateful that he was okay, but he was safe and sound in his house with Serge guarding him. He was fine. What wasn't fine was that I was walking along with a soon-to-be married man holding hands and hearts, like he wasn't already taken. He's lucky to have someone like you. I grunted. He's lucky I don't shoot him myself. We all make mistakes. That statement hung in the air between us and felt to me like a growing, pulsating, living organism until I couldn't stand it anymore. Was I a mistake? Is that how you'll think of me? I mean, if you think of me at all, you probably won't think of me. Con let go of my hand to grab my waist and pull me into him. You could never be a mistake. Never. You've been the best thing that has ever happened to me in my life. And saying goodbye to you will be the worst. I'll think of you often, every day, and every day I'll consider myself the luckiest bear in the world that I got to spend even a single second in your presence. I wanted to be strong. I wanted to be the type of woman who would put another woman's needs over her own, but at that moment, I wasn't. I was selfish and greedy, and I wanted Constantine for myself. Con, like he was reading my mind, he swept me into his arms and carried me. His long legs ate up the sand, and in seconds, we appeared in front of my van. I hadn't realized we were that close to it, but I was sure glad we were. I didn't care if it had been his intention the whole time, or if it was just a beautiful coincidence. I just needed him touching me. He didn't put me down as I reached to open the door for us before he could break it again, and hurried up the steps inside. Before I could turn around to face him, Con was on me. Pressed against my back, his arms latched around my stomach. He buried his face into my hair and growled as he brushed it aside so he could kiss my neck. I gripped his forearms as he raked his teeth over my tender flesh and left more marks on me. His large hands moved up to knead my breasts, his thumbs instantly finding my hard nipples. Stroking and squeezing me through my clothes, he nipped my ear and growled louder. I don't know if I can be gentle right now, Grace. Tell me to fuck off if you don't want this. Tell me to get the fuck out of here and I'll go. I fought his grip to face him and gasped when I saw his teeth looked sharper. His eyes glowed a fluorescent violet. Don't go. Stay with me. Even if we only have a couple stolen hours, I'll take it. His hands gripped my ass and lifted me off of my feet. I locked my arms around his neck and held on while he spun us around and backed me against the side of the van. He was so tall he couldn't stand to his full height, and his cock was proportional to the rest of his size. Huge, and it pressed against my core, his hips rocking at just the right angle to send delicious shivers through my body. Pinned there, I tried to calm my fluttering heart. I was so turned on that I felt almost dizzy from the force of the desire pulsing through me. When Con let go of my ass and grabbed both sides of my shirt, I wasn't expecting him to rip it off of me. I gaped at him, my shirt hanging in tatters around me. He growled at the sight of my bra and reached for it, his finger extending into a claw to cleanly slice it in two. As my bare breasts tumbled out, he made a noise, a combination growl and purr, and dove in, licking and nibbling my breasts. He sucked my sensitive flesh into his mouth and rolled my nipples in his tongue until my hips bucked against his. I pulled at his hair, unable to stand much more of his attention unless he was going to take me soon. More, Con, more. He spun us around, lowering me onto my little tabletop. The old thing rocked dangerously. The few dishes I'd had on it toppled off and crashed to the floor, but Con didn't notice. He pulled my shorts off and then buried his face between my thighs, kissing me through the cotton of my panties. I was ready to scream at him by the time he leaned up and pulled them down my legs, shooting me a dirty grin as he slipped them into his pocket. He devoured me. I came, hard, almost instantly, calling out for him. My nails scored his shoulders, but he didn't stop. 2 more orgasms slammed through me before he pulled back and stared down at me with a scorching gaze. More. I tried to squeeze my thighs together, but he wouldn't let me. No more. Too much. He dropped his pants, revealing his beautiful and enormous erection, which he stroked while watching me. Do you want me, Grace? I shouldn't have been able to speak after 3 earth-shaking orgasms, and honestly, it was an effort to get my mind and vocal cords to coordinate. Biting my lip, I nodded and breathed out. Please. His growl was louder and rougher than I'd heard before, his eyes glowing brightly. I like hearing you beg for me. I held his gaze as I spread my legs wider and cupped my breasts, taking my own pleasure. I need you in me, Constantine. Please. He planted his hands on the table on either side of my hips and lowered his mouth to mine. I raised up to meet him and kissed him with everything I had, needing to show him how much I wanted him. He slowly thrust into me, inch by inch, until he was fully in me and swearing viciously against my mouth. Fuck, Grace. You're squeezing me so perfectly. He watched my expressions as he pulled out and then thrust back in. Fuck. I'd never felt more perfectly filled. I could feel him in me so deeply that I knew I would never enjoy sex again unless it was with him. When he thrust harder and faster, I threw my head back and cried out for him, his name like a swear on my lips. Come for me, Grace. He bent and flicked my nipple with his tongue as his powerful thrusts continued. There was no way I could hold off another orgasm if I'd tried. I screamed his name and shattered into a million pieces as pleasure washed over me like a tsunami. Almost painful in its power, all I could do was hold on to him as I was torn apart and put back together, completely new and differently. Khan followed me, growling my name and sinking his teeth into the flesh of my breast as he thrust into me once more and then stilled as his seed filled me. Another orgasm slammed through me, the bite transporting me to a place of white-hot sensations that clouded my vision and threatened to drown me in a sea of pleasure. Growling through his orgasm, he slammed his hand down on the table. The old wood couldn't handle the added pressure. The table collapsed under us, sending us both sprawling on the floor. Khan somehow managed to roll us so he landed under me. I was too raw, too shocked to laugh. Khan seemed to be in the same place. His body vibrated under me as his growl continued, a long and continuous sound that I wasn't even sure he knew he was emitting. My heart hammered away in my chest, but the dizziness began to subside. I felt grounded so firmly to the man under me that I knew there would never be anyone else. Terrified and unsure of what came next, I didn't protest when Khan slowly unfolded the bench sofa, converting it into a bed, and scooped me up, placing me on it and crawling in behind me, his huge body curled around mine. I was floating on a cloud, and I knew it would vanish in a poof, and I'd come crashing down to earth, but damn if I didn't want to spend every last second I could with him. Chapter 18. Constantine. I didn't want to leave Grace's side, but Serge started shouting in my head about Valentina insulting Hannah, and that he didn't care how high and mighty I thought I was. I needed to get my royal ass over there and straighten her out. And here I was worried he might treat me differently after finding out my royal status. Grace was passed out and hadn't stirred. Curled up against me, her arm was stretched across my chest, her small hand over my heart. Her body was slightly bruised and marked from me. Maybe I'd been too rough with her. She didn't have shifter healing. I rolled away from her and pulled myself to my feet. I didn't want to wake her. She looked so beautiful. I leaned down to pull the blanket back over her bare shoulders and paused. I'd left a nasty mark on her perfect breast, and I felt immediately guilty. It was deeper than the rest. Just looking at it made me want to crawl back into bed next to her and never leave. That mark. I shook my head. No, I would have had to bite her on her neck to truly place a claiming mark on her. Still, I felt different. I found my clothes where I'd finally kicked them off before crawling into bed and stepped into them before heading out. I wanted to get back to Grace as soon as I could. I didn't care that it wasn't the best idea or that my brain was taking a back seat to my heart. All I knew was that when you felt as deeply about a person as I felt about Grace, especially if you knew you'd soon have to leave and never see them again, you wanted to spend every second you could with them. I walked briskly back to the P.O.L.A.R house, hoping to clear up whatever storm Valentina was stirring up so I could hurry back. Valentina was in the kitchen, chin out, nose in the air, haughtily facing off with most of the gang when I came in. Serge was snarling at her, holding Hannah to his side. Hannah looked like she was contemplating throwing the tea kettle at Valentina. All heads turned to me, and it struck me that there was no way they weren't going to smell Grace all over me. Not that I was ashamed of Grace, merely protective. I didn't know how she'd feel about the others knowing. Alexei, Roman, and Maxim were all seated at the table, without their mates. They gave me pointedly blank looks and went back to eating. Serge scowled at me and held his mate closer.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Valentina screeched and flew at me, her nails coming dangerously close to my eyes before I caught her hands and held her away from me.
You stink of that human bitch!
I roared so loud the house shook, and I think I heard Valentina's teeth rattle. It certainly shut her up, but not for long enough. Serge stepped forward. She has to go, royalty or not. I've reached my limit. She's worn out her welcome in this house.
I was already on my way out, you ass, before your clumsy human spilled her drink on my luggage.
Pulling her wrists free of me, Valentina hissed at Hannah.
You'll pay for that.
My anger at being called away from my time with Grace to deal with Valentina's spoiled, rotten behavior got the better of me. Get out! Everyone went still. Serge froze, his mouth open like he'd been about to say something. Hannah hid a grin behind her hand and ducked behind Serge's back. Get the fuck out. You do not get to come into this house and treat these people as though they're beneath you. You may have a title that makes you think you fart unicorns out your butt, but I've got news for you. I outrank you. If looks could kill, Valentina would have incinerated me into a pile of ashes on the floor. She huffed and shoved past me on her way to the door.
I will be at a hotel. Fuck your little human while you can, Your Highness. But you had better be on that flight back home with me, or you'll be sorry.
The door slammed and everyone picked up what they'd been doing, avoiding eye contact with me and acting like nothing happened. Except Hannah. She looked at me with confusion in her eyes. I had the feeling she wanted to say something, but I was in no mood. I just shook my head and took the stairs, 3 at a time, up to my room. I needed to be alone for a few minutes. It was impossible to have a productive thought when all I kept thinking about was how I couldn't give up Grace. Just being this far from her was making me cringe. My bear wasn't the only one who wanted to go back, curl up in her too-small bed with her, and never leave her side. I could easily and happily spend the rest of my life like that, with her arm draped possessively over my chest, and me continuing to count the freckles on her shoulders. I looked around for my phone. My spontaneous gut reaction was to end this insanity and call my father, appeal to him, make demands, or just flat out refuse to return. I'd tell him that my mind was made up. I was staying in Sunkissed Key with Grace, my true mate. Fuck. Breaking off the engagement, not following through with my duties to the crown, would bring severe repercussions to Serge and the others in P.O.L.A.R. We're a team, Serge had told me in response to finding out who I really was. Double fuck. I had no choice. I couldn't Benedict Arnold the guys. That anger clawed at me, dug into my throat until it was hard to breathe. I slammed my fist into the wall, and when that wasn't enough, I did it over and over again until the wall was nothing but dust and pieces of sheetrock flung all around my room. Chapter 19. Grace. Con crawling into bed next to me woke me up. I shifted, reaching for him, while also peeking out the front window, trying to gauge what time it was. The sun was still out. I'd been sleeping in the middle of the day. I grinned big. Con had worn me out. He kissed my temple gently and tucked my hair out of my face. I didn't mean to wake you. I stretched and groaned when my body protested. I ached everywhere. I needed to wake up. I should be doing stuff. Like what? Playing mother hen and clucking over my brother? I sat up and looked down at Con. He was fully dressed and freshly showered. Did you leave? He nodded. You're worried P.O.L.A.R isn't enough to keep Grace safe, aren't you? Not without you on guard duty. He was grinning, teasing. I pursed my lips. Shut up. I have other stuff to do, too. I should be working. I'm behind and I'm never going to meet my next deadline. What do you do? Strange to hear that question after sleeping with a man. I gasped when I suddenly found myself under a growling Con, his glowing eyes intense. I don't want to talk about any other men. I scowled up at him. One of us is engaged. It's not me. With a loud groan, he flopped back on the bed and ran his hands over his face. Tell me what to do. Tell me why you're engaged to Valentina and still here with me. Grace. I'm a graphic designer, I shrugged. I work remotely. He studied me. What types of things do you design? Mostly book covers, ebook, and print. I nodded to the stack of books on the small shelf on the other side of the camper. Were you promised to her when you left? Not because I wanted to be. Why can't you get out of it? I blushed and tried to backtrack. I mean, if you don't want to mate her, don't. It's not that simple. There will be severe consequences, not just to me, to people who deserve my loyalty. So, you're just going to go through with it? He looked away, and I knew the answer wasn't one that he liked either. Groaning, I got out of bed and searched for my clothes. Well, this sucks. It's so unfair. You shouldn't have to take a mate that you don't love. You shouldn't be forced. No, I'm not going to talk poorly about her. Not when I'm the one sleeping with her almost husband, mate, whatever. You're not doing anything wrong. I finally found a t-shirt and pulled it on. Pretty sure Valentina wouldn't feel the same way. Grace. I stopped looking for shorts and met Con's serious gaze. This thing between you and me, it's more than a normal relationship. It's a melding of souls. You aren't doing anything wrong. Butterflies took flight in my stomach. As corny as it sounded, I knew exactly what he was saying. I felt it too. When does your official mating take place? I'll have to leave in a week. You're sure you can't get out of it? He shook his head. I blew out a rough breath and squared my shoulders. Okay. Okay? I swallowed past the urge to cry. I have a week with you. I don't want to throw that away. Maybe I'm wrong for doing this. I'm not proud of being the other woman, but given the circumstances, I just want to. Con sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes intense as he stared at me. Walking away will probably kill me. I turned away to hide the tears in my eyes. I don't want to talk about that. I can't. If I think about how much that will hurt, I'll want to run, protect myself. But if I don't squeeze out every drop of happiness from whatever time I have left with you, I will regret it forever. His arms wrapped around me and he held me. No thinking about that then. I need this week with you. I need you. Then take me. That time with Constantine was softer, gentler. We finished together, and he spent the rest of the day talking to me about my work while he stroked my hair. Even when I felt him tangling it, I didn't stop him. When darkness settled over the camper and Con fell asleep next to me, soft snores filling the space, I buried my face in my pillow and cried. I was overcome with emotion, most that I didn't even understand. How I could feel more for a man I'd barely known than I'd ever felt for anyone else in my life was hard to comprehend. It scared me. In the night, my bold declaration that I was willing to take the week with him instead of missing out seemed nuts. He was going to destroy me. My heart already ached, knowing the expiration date on whatever we were doing was so soon. I somehow knew that there would never be anyone else. I would spend the rest of my life mourning him. He would spend the rest of his life mated to Valentina. I wasn't sure which of us would have it worse. Then, thoughts of him with Valentina invaded my mind. Would they grow to love each other over time? Have little cubs? Damn, that was probably one of his royal duties. They would share all kinds of firsts. I wanted to peel my face off to distract myself. Anything would be better than that tangent of thought. I must have tossed and turned one time too many times for Con. He reached over, grabbed me, and hauled me against him. With his arms locking me to him tightly, my panic started to ease. When his soft snores filtered through my hair, I finally fell asleep. Chapter 20. Grace. Heidi was behind the bar at Mimi's the next night when I plopped my ass on a stool. I'd spent the day with Gray while Con and the guys were working, and then, just after he'd gotten to Freebird to see me, he and Alexi got called back out to work a small job near Miami, and he'd had to leave. I'd barely gotten to say hello before he was gone again. The worst part was, I could smell Valentina's strong cabbage and cat urine-scented perfume all over him. He could barely stand to be in the same room as her, so whatever happened, whether she tried to hug him or leaned against him or just sprayed the air near him, I knew nothing intimate had gone on between them. I also knew that the perfume was intentional. Valentina was marking her territory, as was her right, which served to remind me of the awful predicament I was in. When Heidi texted telling me to stop by Mimi's Cabana where she worked, a Polynesian-themed bar with tiki masks, palm trees, and coconuts, I jumped at the chance to hang out with one of my new girlfriends. Heidi and booze sounded like a great plan. None of the other women knew exactly what was happening with Con. If Heidi's questioning looks were any sign, they knew that Con and Valentina's mating was still a go. On one hand, I wanted to be calm and rational and explain that sometimes we had to do things we didn't want to do in life, make sacrifices for the greater good of our country, and Con was a man of honor and integrity. On the other hand, I wanted to cry in my beer until I was so shit-faced I no longer had emotions. The bar was busy, but there was another bartender, a thick Samoan woman with a coconut bra, on duty, and Heidi happily took a break when I got there. She leaned over the bar to talk to me, ignoring the patrons who tried to get her attention. "You look upset." I shook my head and dug my nails in my palms to keep from crying. "I'm okay. How's your night going? It's pretty quiet in here." She narrowed her eyes at me. "Something strong?" I nodded gratefully. "Yes, please." She poured me 3 shots of tequila and pushed them across to me. "Down those and then tell me the truth about why you're upset." I downed all 3 shots, one after the other, wincing as I did. Then I rolled my shoulders. I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to talk about Con. He was the beginning and end of my hurt feelings, though. "Grace, honey, just talk to me." "It's Con." I pulled a face and groaned. "Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. It's Con. It's nothing, though." She crossed her arms under her chest and waited. Her eyes went to my neck and her perfectly waxed eyebrows shot up. "Jesus!" I pulled my hair forward more, doing everything I could to hide the sucker bites that Con had left. It was still warm out in southern Florida, and I couldn't exactly wear a turtleneck to hide them all. "Maybe it's a little more than nothing?" "Did he mark you? Like a claiming mark?" I shook my head. "I don't think so. I mean, you would know if he did, Grace. It's intense, to say the least. Massive orgasm intense." I thought of the last bite he'd landed on my breast. "Can you be marked somewhere, not on the neck?" Heidi's eyes widened and she let out a scream that drew everyone's attention. Seeing everyone looking, she glared at them and made a motion with her hand for them to look away. "Nothing to see here." I leaned forward, the tequila loosening my body and mind alike. "Does this look like a claiming mark?" She looked down my shirt as I held it away from my chest. She hooked her finger in the neck of my t-shirt and pulled it out farther. Her eyes slowly came up to mine and she pursed her lips. "He marked your tit." I yanked my shirt out of her fist and sat back down on the stool so hard that I almost fell off backwards. I motioned toward the bottle of tequila and gestured for her to keep 'em coming. When her eyes went back to my neck, I growled and pulled the hair forward again. "He did not mark my tit." "He marked your tit." Pouring me more shots, she tipped her head back and laughed. "Holy shit!" My heart lodged somewhere just south of my mouth, and I felt myself losing the battle of the tears. "He's leaving." "What?" "He's leaving with Valentina. He's not staying. He's not going to be my mate. You're telling me that he marked me, but he's leaving me." I slammed the shots back and wobbled to my feet. I suddenly felt as though the walls were closing in. "I need to get out of here." Heidi was around the bar and slipping her arm around my waist in a second. She walked with me to the exit, and once we were outside, she led me to the beach and helped me down. Sitting next to me, facing the ocean, she took my hand in hers and sighed. "Don't cry, Grace. You look like a sad angel when you do, and it's confusing." I laughed through the tears and shook my head. "I'm his mate, and he's still leaving." "Tell me everything." She nudged me with her shoulder. "Then I can decide if we all need to get together and use his balls for field hockey practice." "Don't do that. He has beautiful testicles." I laughed and then hung my head in my hands. I can't believe I just said that. That tequila packs quite a punch. I'm a hot mess. We all went through piles of shit to get our happily ever after with our men. Tell me about Con's version. So I did. I told Heidi all of it. He's still going through with it? He's still spending time with her? She was as confused as I was. I nodded. I don't know why or in what context, really. I know he doesn't like her, I know that. It's just I thought I could do this. Spend the little remaining time with him. I can't get my mind off the fact that she's getting him in the end. Happily or not, she's getting the ever after. Oh, Grace. I'm so sorry. Heidi wrapped her arms around me and sighed into my hair. This is a little more intense than what the rest of us went through. There was no royalty or obligation to a kingdom and duties to a crown involved in our mess. I want to trash her hotel room. I shook my head. No, sorry. That was my father coming out. A slow smile spread across Heidi's face. Are you sure? It's not a terrible idea. It might make you feel better. Hell, it might make us all feel better. Heidi's grin was all mischief, but she just watched me silently while I pondered the idea. I pulled myself to my feet and grinned. Fine. You talked me into it. Excellent. I'll call the girls. No, I don't want to interrupt their time with their mates. Heidi cupped my cheek and then roughly patted it. Trust me, they'll want to be interrupted. Valentina has ruffled more feathers than Colonel Sanders. They'll be ecstatic to get in some payback. A dark thrill ran through me. I'd worked so hard to walk the straight and narrow my whole life, but maybe being a little bad was just what the doctor ordered. Chapter 21. Constantine. Dead tired, I sank onto the side of my mattress at the P.O.L.A.R house. I would have headed straight to see Grace, but I needed a shower, and I couldn't fit into the small closet in Freebird that Grace called her bathroom. I also needed to give myself a minute. I was in a foul mood, and I didn't want to bring that to her. I was having a hell of a time concentrating as I swam around the pickle jar I was in. I wanted desperately to stay with Grace and build a life, a future with her. I would lose everything. The inheritance, the title, the kingdom, everything that I'd never wanted. I'd relinquish it all in a heartbeat. The only real problem was backing out. Staying here with Grace meant the team would never be able to return to the covert operations and reconnaissance missions that they thrived on. They would never be able to see their families that remained in Siberia, and their citizenship would be revoked. I knew how much they all hated the heat, hated the never-ending sun beating down on them, and hated the inconsequential work that we were doing here. They were all antsy to get sent back to home. I could be selfish and take what I wanted, but they'd lose everything. Desperate, I worked through scenarios in my head that would end with Grace and I getting to be together. None of them were the least bit acceptable. I was showered and just about to dress when my phone rang. I grabbed it and answered without looking at the screen. Constantine? Hannah? I stood up and searched for a shirt, knowing it wasn't good if she was calling me instead of Serge. What's wrong? She giggled and covered it with a cough. So we were all out and about. We just happened to stumble upon this hotel, and now the police are here accusing us of vandalizing it. I swore. Grace is with you? Yep. She popped the P and giggled again. She's, in the police car. She wouldn't let us take the blame. She's one in a million, Con. I charged down the stairs and out the front door. What hotel? It's the Bogar and Bacall Inn just off of Toucan Boulevard. And Con? Yeah? Lady Valentina is here, too. I groaned. The last thing I wanted to do was see her. Why? Well, because maybe, just maybe, it was her hotel room that we threw a stink bomb through. She fell into a fit of giggles.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Con. Heidi brought us tequila, and after a couple bottles...
My brain fizzled into red. I'm calling Serge.
Oh, no, Con, don't call him. He's going to get all fussy, and I'm going to have to listen to him lecture about safety and what his life would be reduced to if anything happens to me, blah, blah, all night.
And I'm telling him you said that. I hung up and growled as I jogged toward the hotel. Your mates are with Grace, in trouble with local law enforcement for throwing a stink bomb through a hotel window. I shook my head, and my jog turned into a full-out run. The idea of Grace in a police cruiser didn't sit well with me. I got there in time to see an officer bent over, talking to Grace through the open squad car door. Resisting the urge to plow into him and knock his ass away from her, I cleared my throat and crossed my arms. Officer Reynolds? He jumped and turned to face me, hand on his firearm. Oh, Constantine! Startled me there, son. What can I do for you? I nodded toward Grace without looking at her. The woman. He nodded, his understanding. Sorry, Con. She threw a stink bomb through a hotel window. The entire floor had to evacuate. There's some kind of VIP or something, or so she claims in there, demanding we press charges. I growled. No charges. I'll pay for whatever damages were incurred. I'm afraid it's too late. I'm taking her to lockup. I tilted my head and tried to remember to breathe. Don't move this car. I'll go clear things up with the owner and be right back. I chanced a look inside at Grace, cuffed, wearing a t-shirt that read, "Life rocks when your home rolls," and mouthing something out of the other window at the rest of the women. They all fell into fits of laughter, and I had to bite back a smile at whatever antics Grace was up to. It was damned hard to stay mad at that woman, cuffed in a police car, and she was making jokes. I was able to smooth things over with the owner after settling a large bill before facing Valentina. Her perfumed scent was gone, replaced with the stench of rotten eggs, which might have been an improvement over the horrid perfume. She looked like a wet dog, drenched and half-melted from the sprinkler system.
I want her locked away for the rest of her life.
She was seething, and I was a little surprised she hadn't gone after Grace with her claws out. No.
Excuse me?
No, I repeated. She's going home. The hotel isn't pressing charges, and neither are you. You want me to go with you, and you'll drop this.
We're leaving in 2 days, then.
She jabbed her finger at me, wafting a new wave of rotten egg at me.
If I could get the plane back by tomorrow, I would. 2 days, and we're fucking out of this shithole, Constantine.
I clenched my jaw. Fine. Chapter 22. Constantine. Grace was not the least bit remorseful. If anything, she was even more belligerent than ever on our walk back to her van. Why'd you have to go and call the other guys on them? You got them in trouble. I hid a smile at the way her southern accent suddenly came out stronger than ever. Tequila seemed to have an interesting effect on my mate. You women got together and decided that it was a good idea to throw a stink bomb through a window of a place of business. There's such a thing as consequences. Ah, bullpucky. She bent to scoop up a seashell and stumbled. Oopsie. The sand snuck up on me there. How did you even know that was Valentina's window? Ew, first of all, do not say her name. Second of all, Parker, has an amazing shifter nose. She just sniffed Valentina right out. Golly, I wish I had that. She suddenly threw the seashell she'd picked up at me. But even I could smell that nasty perfume of hers from a mile away. I swear it smells like cabbage and cat pee. Gag. Like today, when you came over, I could smell her all over you. I froze in my tracks. Is that what made you do this? She scoffed. Yeah, right. Like I even care. I laughed, unable to stop myself. Uh-huh. Don't you laugh at me, Constantine. Constantine. She licked her lips. What's your middle name? I grinned. I don't have one. Want to know my last name? Her eyes went wide. I don't even know your last name. Oh, Lordy. I need to go home. That's where we're headed. Oh, good. She yawned. I'm exhausted. Criminal activities can take it out of you, huh? She took my hand, all her anger at me forgotten. Don't tell Gray about this, okay? I had to push words out around the lump in my throat. Her hand was tiny in mine, but it felt like the world. I never wanted to let her go. Why not? I'm usually a good girl. She faked a gag. Scratch that. I'm not a girl. I'm a woman. A good woman. I don't do bad things. I stay in line. I always have. Until you. Now I'm sleeping with someone's fiancé and vandalizing hotels. Oh, sweet Lord above. I ruined that hotel. I'll have to pay to have it fixed. I tugged her into my side as she teared up. It's okay, mate. I took care of it. You didn't ruin anything. Mate. Ha! She scrunched up her face and mimicked me. It's okay, mate. That had a bite to it. Something you'd like to say to me? I'm not your mate. If I was your mate, you wouldn't be leaving. You wouldn't be stinking of another woman's expensive but stinky perfume. You would stay with me and love me. I opened my mouth to tell her that I did love her and that I damned sure wasn't leaving her willingly, but she pulled away from me and shrugged. Whatever. One day soon, you'll be with your queen, living in some palace, making beautiful little babies who look perfect. They'll have her perfect nails and your perfect violet eyes. I stopped moving. Grace, about that. I hate you. No, I don't hate you. I hate that I didn't know. She turned to face me, tears spilling from her eyes. I didn't know what I was missing. I was fine. Then I came here and suddenly my heart feels like it's empty and aches to fill the hole in the middle of it. Part of me wishes that I'd never met you, so I'd never have to know about this part of me that desperately needs you. I swallowed my own emotions down. Come with me. She stilled. What? Come with me. I ignored the warning flags in my brain. Come with me to Siberia. But you have to take Valentina as a maid. You have to make little Constantines with her. Grace, we can still be together. My life is hardly worth living without you. We could be together. Together is what? I would be your what? Your mistress? Her tears dried up fast. You're inviting me to Siberia to be your mistress? In a palace you share with Valentina, where your kids will run around? Or will I be kept in some backwoods cabin that your mate won't know about? Will we have our own kids, Con? Tell me, what will I tell our bastard children when your legitimate kids pass them in town? Is there even a town? You want me to go to Siberia? Siberia! You want me to leave everything to go to Siberia with you and be your fucking mistress? It had been a stupid, spur-of-the-moment idea that slipped out of my mouth before my brain had time to stop it. I didn't blame her for being upset. I had just been trying to grasp at straws. No, Grace, I don't want that, any of it. I'm sorry for suggesting it. I just don't want to leave you. Then don't. It's not that simple. Seems a whole lot simpler than dragging me to Siberia and tucking me away somewhere to be your lifelong side chick. I bristled. That's not what I meant. Would you introduce me to your friends and family? It's not that simple. She snorted and turned away. It is. It is as simple as you staying if you wanted to. I get it. I'm side chick material. She's wife material. Grace, stop. No, you stop. Stop acting like I'm more than I am. I growled, grabbing her shoulders. More than you are? Grace, to me you're everything. Everything. She pulled out of my grasp. God, I felt like a complete fuckhead. We walked the rest of the short trip, Grace mumbling angrily to herself. When we got to the door of her van, she turned. I think I need to be alone tonight, Con. My head was throbbing, my stomach was churning, my heart was aching. I nodded and watched as she entered and clicked the lock in place. I'd go home, sleep for a few hours, and then come back to talk to her. When she was sober. Definitely when she was sober. Chapter 23. Grace. I barely slept an hour. My head was pounding out a painful rhythm that made my eyes want to cross. It was still dark out when I slipped out and headed to Gray's house. His shower was calling my name. I passed Alexei on the way up the stairs. He was on guard duty. I nodded to him. Hey. There's the little outlaw. He grinned. What are you doing out and about so early? Couldn't sleep. Con know you're walking around in the dark all by your lonesome? I frowned. Like he would care. He's about 10 minutes from being mated to Attila the Hunnis, isn't he? Alexei just kept on grinning. We'll see. I waved him off, not feeling like my normal happy self, and went inside. I barely got in the door before Gray was in my face, gun drawn. Put it away, he sighed. Jesus, Gracie, what are you doing here? He cringed away from me. Smelling like a bad night out at a Mexican cantina. I came for your shower. Is that going to be a problem? He held up his hands. Don't bite my head off, little sis. Go ahead and shower. We'll talk after. I came for the shower, not conversation. I never want to talk again. I slipped past him and then hesitated. Moving backwards, I wrapped my arms around his waist and sighed. Maybe we'll talk. There she is. He hugged me tight and kissed the top of my head. Go on, get clean. I'll make some coffee. I took a long shower, making a pathetic attempt to let the scalding water wash away the memories from the night before. Not even the illegal ones, just the ones of arguing with Con. My life was so close to perfect if it wasn't for the one little thing. Only not so little. One huge, ginormous thing, rather. When I finished and dressed in a pair of leggings and one of Gray's t-shirts, I found him on the couch, 2 cups of coffee in front of him. I settled next to him and rested my head on his shoulder. Life is shit, he laughed. Oh, yeah? I almost got arrested last night. In some sad attempt to take some kind of control back, I threw a stink bomb through a hotel window. When Gray's face fell open in shock, I chuckled. Yeah, Con's future mate was inside the room. He fell out laughing. You did not. I did. You little hellion. He tried to stifle his laughter. Didn't Dad teach us how to make something a little more dangerous? Come on, you remember Homemade Explosives 101, don't you? I slapped his arm. Seriously, Gray? Nope, I try not to be. I sighed. I feel like the world is spinning too fast. Everything is just sort of going off the rails. You're some ex-super spy with bad guys after you. I am trying to become a felon while having an illicit affair with an almost mated man. Khan's not mating that woman. Everyone keeps saying that, but last night he asked me to come with him to Siberia to be his mistress. Gray growled. No, he didn't. Yeah, he did. I'm going to kill him. Sounds good to me, I sighed. Not, but I wish I really felt that way. Whether you feel that way or not, I may still kill him. He shook his head. Did he mark you? I felt my cheeks burn. I don't want to talk about it. I've already witnessed so many sucker bites and so much beard burn that I'm tempted to gouge my eyes out with a red-hot poker, but I'm talking a claiming mark. I know what you mean, and I don't want to talk about it. He did, didn't he? Gray, he grunted. I'm going to wring his neck. That fucker shouldn't have claimed you if he knew he wasn't going to be able to honor you the way you deserve. You're going to be fucking stuck pining away for him for the rest of your life. You two are bound by that mark. It'll drive you both crazy. I burst into tears and slapped his arm. Shut up, he swore. I'm sorry, Grace. I didn't think. I'm just going to go back home. Home? I got up and wiped my face. To Freebird. I want to run. I'm tempted to get the hell out of here because it hurts so much. But I'm not going anywhere. I want to set up my life here with my new friends and you. I'm not going to break because of Khan. He won't be here for much longer anyway. He pulled me in for a hug and then ruffled my hair. Go and sleep it off. Something will work out. It has to. I left, keeping my face angled away from Alexei so he didn't see me crying. A quick wave without making eye contact, and I set off down the beach. I was heartbroken over a man I barely knew. I decided to change my entire way of living in the matter of a week. And despite what I'd said to Gray, I wondered if saying goodbye to Khan might, in fact, break me. Normally, I would have been more alert. I'd have heard the men coming up behind me. I would have known exactly what to do. But so into my own self-pity and heartache, I might as well have been as helpless as a baby. As one of the men wrapped his arms around me, I opened my mouth to scream just as another hand shoved a rag into my mouth. Immediately, I knew I'd been drugged, and my world started to close in on itself. Anger peppered my hazy thoughts as I lost consciousness. Whoever it was that thought they could fuck with me was going to be hella sorry. Chapter 24. Constantine. As I sat across from Valentina first thing in the morning, I was thinking how much more pleasant it would be to spread honey on my balls and straddle a fire ant mound. I wasn't going through with the mating. No matter what I told myself the night before, I couldn't sleep, couldn't think about anything other than the hurt on Grace's face. Anger, too, but it was the pain that I couldn't live with. It came down to a choice between Grace and the P.O.L.A.R team, and in the end, I had to choose Grace. I am not going through with any of this. I clasped my hands in front of me and sighed. Grace is my mate, and I claimed her. She wears my claiming mark, and I am proud and honored to have her by my side.
Proud and honored? Proud and fucking honored?
Valentina stood up and started pacing behind her chair. We were in the lobby of her new hotel in Miami.
You claimed a human when you were promised to me?
I left a claiming mark on her, which I could try to explain away to myself as an accident, a mistake, but that would be a lie. Even then, when I'd done it, Although I had yet to admit it, I knew I'd never belong to anyone else. I'd never leave for Siberia. I'd never choose to be with anyone but her.
No. You think I give a shit about you and your human mate? I am supposed to be queen. Me, damn it. How dare you think our people will accept a human as the alpha queen? Look, I'm willing to forget your indiscretions, all of them. After we're officially mated, you can assume all the dalliances you want, provided you're discreet. I really don't care. But I refuse to lose everything because some human slut couldn't keep her legs together. You will go with me, go through with the mating ceremony, ascend to the throne, or you lose everything.
I don't want any of it. She let out an angry scream.
You're not doing this! You're not going to ruin all my plans for some pathetic human, Constantine. If you walk away from me, you're never going to be anything. You and your entire little band of misfits will be banished. You'll be stuck on this hellish island for the rest of your miserable lives. Our species will hate you. You'll be a nobody, a nothing.
The only person I care about being anything to is Grace. I shrugged. Maybe you're right. My team will probably hate me for doing this to them, but I have to think that they do the same for their mate. I hope you meet your mate one day, Valentina, and you learn what it is I'm choosing over you and why.
Fuck you, Constantine. You're going to pay for this.
She picked up a floral arrangement and chucked it at me.
You think that it's just your father you'll face consequences from? Oh, just wait. You'll be lucky if your mate isn't dead by the end of the week.
I growled at her, my bear threatening to come out and rip her to pieces. If a hair on Grace's head is harmed by you or your people, I'll hunt you down and rip your throat out. She seemed to believe me. She slumped in her chair and crossed her arms over her chest. I didn't stick around to see what tantrum she'd throw next. I'd just double-crossed my team, and it was time to face them and accept whatever anger or wrath they hurled at me. Lord knew I deserved it. I headed to the office before going to Grace. I needed to get it over with. As much as I owed them my loyalty, I owed Grace more. Serge and Alexei were sitting behind their desks when I walked in. Serge frowned at me. "What are you doing here?" "I work here." I sniffed the air, scenting gray. "What's Gray doing here?" "He might be working here too," Alexei laughed. "Seems the spook is bored sitting at home. He wants a job." Well, before he joins the team, he might want to know something. You all need to know something. Where are the others? Serge shrugged. "It's a slow day. They're on their way. What is it?" I sat heavily in one of the chairs in front of Serge, just as Gray emerged from the back. Judging by the look on his face, he wasn't glad to see me. I stood back up, preparing for the wolf to charge me for whatever reason. "You've got some fucking nerve, you bastard." He bared his teeth at me and rolled his shoulders. "My baby sister is not a fucking mistress." I winced. "You're right." "Then why in God's name did you suggest that to her? She came over to my house crying this morning. I should take your head off." "She was at your house this morning?" Alexei grunted. "She was crying when she left, too. You really suggested that she be your mistress, man?" "No, of course not. That's not what I meant when I... Whatever, listen." I ground my teeth together and rubbed at my face. "I was wrong. I'm going to find your sister as soon as I'm done here, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life making it up to her." "Here? Or in some hidden room in your palace halfway across the globe?" I shook my head. "I've abdicated. I just spoke to Valentina, and I'll get on the phone with my father soon, although no doubt Valentina's already chewing his ear off." Serge raised his eyebrows. "What took you so fucking long?" I hate to speak ill of a woman, but fuck, I'd rather be locked in a dungeon of torture than mate that awful woman. He shuddered. What took me so long was, I'm not walking away without a huge price. A steep one. I sank back into the chair, willing to let Gray attack me if he really wanted to. A price that we're all going to pay. Why did my stomach just sink down to my asshole? Serge groaned. Just get it out there. In order to back out, I had to throw P.O.L.A.R, all of you, under the bus. The team is going to be cut off, and not just fired from P.O.L.A.R, banished from Siberia. Permanently. I swallowed, not untouched by what that meant. No more Siberia. No visiting, no going back. We're going to lose everything. The main office will probably call any minute with orders to disband the P.O.L.A.R office here. Alexei leaned forward. And you? I laughed bitterly. A lowly peasant, I suppose. A commoner and a prince no more. I'm being stripped of my title and cut off from my family. And you're doing all of that for my sister? Gray sat down next to me and sighed. And here I was looking forward to kicking your ass. I guess now we gotta make nicey-nicey. Serge laughed suddenly. I guess it's fitting that we got sent here because of the first of us finding a mate. And now we're being stranded here because of the last of us finding his mate. You don't look as angry as I'd anticipated. Alexei joined him in laughing. Brother, we were stuck here before you made this choice. You really think our mates were going to willingly leave here and head off to Siberia? I can't get Heidi away from the beach. I never want to see Hannah in those big puffy jackets again, if I'm being honest. I like watching her when she does her tiny shorts wiggle. Serge stared into space with a half grin on his face. And there's sex in the water. Alexei also seemed to be reliving his fantasies. Roman, Dmitri, and Maxim walked in, grinning. Maxim patted me on the shoulder. According to the Scream Queen, you've been demoted to lowly serf. Is it true? I hope to hell it is, because, man, I was worried that I was going to be here alone without you assholes. I'm not leaving Parker, and this is her home. Dmitri shrugged. Plus, I love Kerrigan in a bikini. Alexei sighed. And there's sex in the water. Maxim groaned. Are we done here? I was going to do some work, but I'm going to need a couple hours off. I think I need to find Parker. I shook my head. None of this is a big deal to any of you guys? Gray nodded. The part where you stop fucking up and make my sister a happy woman, that's a big deal to me. Serge rubbed his chin. Honestly, I was thinking of going in a different direction with P.O.L.A.R anyway. We were being strangled by the main office as it was. This just cuts through all the bullshit for me. I stood up and kept shaking my head. All this time, I was worried that I was going to be throwing you all under the bus if I chose Grace. I should kick all your asses for not saying anything sooner. Gray snorted. Nice try blaming them. That was all you, dickless. He wasn't wrong. I'm going to make it up to her. The front door flew open and Parker ran in with Heidi and Megan. She's gone! My heart instantly tried to break through my ribcage. What? Who? Parker gestured wildly with her hands. We went to see Grace and she wasn't there. When we walked towards Gray's house, I caught her scent with 2 humans and chloroform. Did you follow her scent trail? To the boat dock, it ends there. I gripped the desk as my world spun around me. Someone had my mate. Gray looked as alarmed as I was. He turned to me, his face drained of color. I hope I'm not wrong about how much Grace has retained from our childhood. Chapter 25. Grace. I woke up slowly, a sour taste at the back of my throat. My stomach lurched and I twisted sideways to avoid throwing up on myself. The slight rocking told me I was on a boat. Lovely. I wasn't a huge fan of boats. I was prone to motion sickness, and just the idea of it had me ready to toss my cookies. I tried to sit up, still not sure what was happening, but my hands were locked to my ankles. I tugged at whatever was keeping me in place and forced my breathing to slow. But when the memories began coming back, panic set in. Someone kidnapped me. I fought to regain the memory of how I'd ended up tied up on a boat, but I couldn't. Panicking wasn't helping anything, so I made myself remain as calm as possible and did my best to take in my surroundings. It was dark, no light coming in from anywhere in the room except for a glowing sliver from a small, narrow window at the very top of the room. Wherever I was, it was dark out. We were on the water, and the last thing I remembered was leaving Gray's house. Had I been knocked out all day? Scary thought, but also a blessing. More time for Gray to find me. Until he did, though, I was going to have to help myself. I started working on the ties on my wrists and ankles. The good thing about our father being a paranoid conspiracy theorist was that he made us train for so many different scenarios. While they'd seemed cruel at the time, especially the ones he put Gray through, I'd come to develop a grudging gratitude every single time I'd found myself in a sticky situation and knew exactly how to handle myself. The knots were too simple, the work of someone that underestimated a petite, unarmed woman. I was out of them in under a minute. They were wrong about the weapon, too. I unwound the silver beaded bracelet from my wrist, one of my own Etsy creations, and stretched it out in front of me, letting the beads fall off. The thin wire would do serious damage in a pinch. Feeling around the room, I found a pole with a hook on the end of it, something used for dragging in fishing nets. Smiling to myself, I felt my way over to the stairs that led to the upper deck of the boat, just as the door above opened and heavy footsteps stomped down toward me. I backed into the shadows, and just as the man got to the bottom few steps, I swung the pole out as hard as I could, taking out his legs. He fell down the few 3 steps and landed hard on the ground in front of me. Unwilling to take a chance that had incapacitated him, I brought the blunt end of the pole down hard on his head, making sure he wasn't going anywhere for a while. I searched his body quickly as shouting commenced above. Under him, he had a semi-automatic weapon. These must have been the guys Gray pissed off to be handling weapons like that. I shook my head and yanked the gun free before taking cover behind a couple of boxes on the other side of the room. "Gregor!" a booming voice echoed through the hold. "What are you doing?" When Gregor didn't answer, more footsteps came plowing down the stairs. When bad guy number 2 noticed his friend on the ground, he shouted and raised his weapon. I aimed and fired off a few shots at his weapon, hitting him in the hands. When he screamed, I fought the urge to throw up again. "You stupid bitch, I'll kill you!" "Come any closer, and the next round goes into your head, asshole." I really prayed he didn't come closer. I didn't want to shoot him again, especially in the head. I'd shot up plenty of targets, but I'd never actually shot a living, breathing person before. I was already thinking of joining some kind of gun control campaign after having shot him the first time. "Come out here and face me, bitch." Unless he had a very high pain threshold, I didn't think I got him too badly. Probably just grazed him. But he was dripping blood all over the floor. "Where are we?" I held the gun trained steadily on him. "Who are you, and what do you want with me?" More shouting came from topside, urgent and harried sounding. Gunfire rang out, and then a wild, bellowing roar seemed to shake the entire vessel. "What the fuck was that?" I didn't look away from my target or allow myself to relax. That would be my ride off this rowboat. Another growl sounded closer, the anger and fury evident in it. It was Constantine. I knew it like I knew my own name. Well, better than I knew my own name because sometimes my name... never mind. Constantine had come for me.
What the fuck is that?
Bad guy number 2 was grasping his useless and bleeding hands to his chest, his face frozen in horror.
What is that sound?
A bear. A big-ass, really mean and really angry polar bear, to be exact. And he's coming for me. You boys fucked up big time. Everything in me started to settle when the gunfire slowed and then stopped completely. A piercing scream marking the end of the crew above. You don't want to be in here when he comes down those stairs. He's going to think you hurt me. I almost felt bad for the asshole.
Make them stop. I didn't do anything. None of this was my idea. Make them stay away.
His words were swallowed up by a deadly-sounding growl that was immediately followed by Gray slamming into him and taking him down. The sounds that followed weren't pleasant, nor were they anything I'd be able to forget anytime soon. I leaned against the boxes and dropped the weapon. My hands shook as the adrenaline slowly faded, leaving just a sick feeling of nausea and achiness in its wake.
Gracie!
Gray stood in front of me, naked, blood coating his body.
Are you okay?
I covered my eyes and groaned. I don't want to see that, Gray. He laughed, but it sounded watery.
Yeah, you're okay.
He led the way up the narrow stairs, and I followed him with my eyes down, not wanting a visual of my brother's naked ass to go along with the frontal one of a few minutes ago that I'd already be scarred from. As soon as I set foot on the deck of the boat, I was pulled into Khan's big arms and yanked into his naked body. He was covered in blood, too. It even soaked his blonde hair and splattered down his face. He was very much naked, and the evidence of his eagerness to see me was pressed into my stomach.
Fuck, Grace. I thought I'd lost you.
I pushed away from him and stood with my hands on my hips. Which time? When I was kidnapped or when you called me your mistress? Gray snorted from behind us.
She's not exactly a helpless damsel, is she?
I shrugged. Am I supposed to cry and thank you for rescuing me now? I had it all handled when you boys showed up. Khan scoffed and put his hands on his hips in a pose mocking me. Only I didn't have a hefty erection completely on display.
Are you serious?
I nodded. I'd already taken 2 of them out. I was on my way up to finish them off when you kids crashed my party. Gray threw his head back and laughed.
I told you she could handle herself.
Khan grabbed me and easily threw me over his shoulder. Faced with a very naked ass, I felt subdued for a moment.
I'm taking you home. This is stressing me out.
I sighed. Is this going to be a common theme?
Without a doubt.
Gray grunted.
Hey, by all means, leave me here on cleanup duty. I've got to find myself a mate so I can skip out on the dirty work, too.
Chapter 26. Grace. If I thought Constantine as a man carrying me around was infuriating, I was pushed to a whole other limit when he shifted into his massive polar bear and had me hang on to his fur while he swam us back to shore. On land again, I was soaking wet, freezing, and still so angry with him that I kept contemplating shoving him back in the water and walking home by myself. He still hadn't mentioned Valentina. For all I knew, he'd just come to rescue me before they went off to his kingdom to live unhappily ever after. I didn't know whether I could let my guard down with him. When he insisted on carrying me back to my trailer, I was so exhausted from the drugging and the adrenaline drop I let him. He was going to get a piece of my mind, though, so I was just adding his offensives up, making a list of things I was going to get off my chest before he left, while I still had a chance. He set up the outdoor shower like a pro and put me under it before joining me and taking his time rinsing my hair. When he pulled my shirt over my head and tossed it away, his eyes were hungry as they ran down my bare chest.
Freebird is too small for two people.
It was the last thing I was expecting him to say, so I was floored into silence.
I don't fit very well, especially in the bed, and we need an indoor shower we can both fit into. Are you opposed to a house?
He peeled my leggings down my legs and helped me out of them.
I just lost my inheritance and a lot of money, but I have a decent nest egg saved up, enough to buy a nice house. I've been living in the Polar house listening to everyone making love to their mates for too long. It's my turn, but I want us to have our own place, on the beach.
I stammered. What?
I do like this outside shower, though. Maybe we'll add one.
He peeled my underwear down and then washed the rest of my body.
I don't want to give up seeing your naked, wet body under the moonlight.
I shook my head. You're not leaving?
Leaving you? Hell no.
I shoved him so hard that he stumbled into the van door. And you're just now saying something? He straightened and grinned.
Pardon me, I was busy rescuing you.
Why? I stood there completely exposed, my heart in my throat. Why aren't you leaving?
Because I love you and I won't live without you.
He held my gaze.
I'm sorry it took so long. I was trying to maneuver a way out without hurting my team, the guys I care about, and I ended up hurting you. I can't tell you how sorry I am about that. I'm sorry I fucked up.
I put my hand on his chest when he tried to come too close. You suggested I be your mistress while you made babies with Valentina. He growled and pulled me into his body. Shutting the water off, he carried me inside and put me down in the middle of the tiny kitchen, my table still broken on the floor.
I was desperate. It was stupid.
Yeah, it was.
What do you need from me to be able to forgive me for how stupid I was? I'll do anything.
I'm sorry, Grace. You deserved better. I licked my lips. I do deserve better. He frowned and looked away. Are you going to be better? I grinned. He waggled his brows, his eyes hopeful.
Want to give me a test run?
I shrugged and looked back towards my bed. It's too bad you don't fit in my bed. Maybe I was rushing it. I could have spent a while being angry and punishing him, but I would only be punishing myself. I loved him, and I wanted him now, tomorrow morning, and for the rest of my life. There was no point in putting it off. Con pulled me into his chest.
You're the best thing that's ever happened to me.
I took his hand and pulled him to my bed. I'm so glad you're not leaving. He eased me down to the bed and kissed me. I savored every taste, feel, lick, nibble. There was no need to rush or feel like I was doing something wrong. I took his kisses and gave them back, hungry for him, but so content in what he was doing. When he rolled onto his back, I straddled him, looked down at him possessively. He was mine, all mine. I wanted to mark him the way he'd marked me, so I did. I leaned down and bit into his left pectoral, right over a tattoo he had there. A polar bear and the letters P.O.L.A.R. I left my own claim on his body. Con groaned under me, his eyes glowing violet again. His fingers dug into my hips. Grace. Already ready for him, I lifted my hips and sank down on his shaft. Both of us moaned, the feeling intense. His eyes landed on the mark on my breast and he caressed it.
I should have marked your neck. I'm going to. I want it to show. Everyone should know that you're mine.
He moved his hips.
and I'm yours. I let my head fall back at the sensation and braced myself on his chest. Do that again. He sat up, grabbing my ass and pumped into me. Our breaths mixed as we kissed. It was broken up only by heated glances at each other, moments lost in each other's gazes. One of his hands locked into my hair, and he pulled it tight, opening my throat to his mouth. He licked a trail up to my ear and then nipped me before pulling my head to the side and raking his teeth across my tender skin. I'm going to sink my teeth into your skin, Grace, and I'm going to mark you. Everyone's going to see that you're mine. No one else will ever touch you. His possessiveness heightened the sensation, his breath hot against my ear, his voice barely more than a growl. You're mine, forever. I cried out when he did as he promised and sank his teeth in. A wild orgasm stole over me, shaking me. I felt his seed fill me and his tongue lapping at my neck. Clutching at his head, I held on to him as my body shook. Khan laid back and then rolled us over so he was spooning me, his shaft still buried in me, still hard. His hips gently rocked against me as his tongue stroked over the new mark. Forever. I gasped when his hand moved between my thighs and found the sensitive nub hidden there. He growled against that spot, and a fresh wave of need washed over me. I almost lost you. I held on to him as he took me again, the sharp, broken edges of my heart melding perfectly back together with his tender murmurings. Khan was mine. I had a mate, and a home, and friends, and family. I had everything. Chapter 27, Constantine. No, you chased me across Siberia like a crazy stalker dude. You kept telling me that I was yours and never stopped to explain what the hell you were talking about. Hannah rolled her eyes and looked down at Serge. Of course, I did think you were the hottest crazy dude I'd ever met, so there was that. I wrapped my arms around Grace and breathed in her delicious honey scent. Her hair fell over my face and I smiled into it. We were all having an early dinner at Susie's Bayfront Diner while waiting for Kerrigan's shift to be over so she could join us. At least he didn't pretend to be a lost polar bear to learn how to best seduce you. Heidi pretended to glare at Alexei. I think they're all a bit touched in the noggin, to be honest. Hey, Roman didn't do anything nuts. He pulled me out of the water and saved me from a hurricane. I would be fish food right now if not for him. Megan cupped Roman's face and sighed happily. Either dead or married to a complete loser. He growled, unhappy with the idea. You would have left him. You were always way too good for him. Grace leaned back against me and pressed a kiss to my lips. They think they got lucky, but I snagged royalty. Serge snorted. Royal pain in the ass. Dmitri shook his head. I always knew something was up, the way he tiptoed through mud and held his pinky out when he drank tea. Laughing, I threw a balled-up napkin at him. Shut the fuck up. I've never done any of that. Kerrigan giggled and removed her apron as she sat on Dimitri's lap. She leaned into Dmitri and whispering something in his ear that had him shifting in his chair. When she saw me watching, she turned bright red and hid her face in her mate's shoulder. Gray showed up, late, as usual. He was soaked in sweat and half undressed. He really was more dog than man. He stretched into his t-shirt, pulling it over his head as he sat with the rest of us. Sorry I'm late. I was working on the house. Grace wiggled on my lap. How's it coming? He patted her on the head and grinned. It's coming. I'll be glad when I have something else to do besides work on a house for you and Prince Asshat under you. I growled. If I remember correctly, you invited yourself into the work. Yeah. He clapped me on the shoulder as he snatched a cinnamon roll from the basket and sank his teeth into it. I'm just ready for some real work. Serge nodded over at me. The look conveyed more than words could have. Being cut off from the main office had caused more of a ripple than we would have liked. The official call had come in only hours after Valentina chewed my father's ear off about dumped and duped and something about a breach of contract. I'd give my father credit for one thing. He hadn't made an idle threat. He disbanded P.O.L.A.R immediately. Fuck him. We weren't helpless infants cut off from their mother's teat. We just take things in a different direction. In fact, our new venture was almost ready. Almost there, brother. I nodded at Gray and then kissed Grace's neck. When she shivered, I growled into her ear. Is it time to go home yet? Grace grinned. Soon, I sighed happily. The woman had rocked my world and nothing had been the same since I'd met her. I have never been so happy. Could you stop making goo-goo eyes at my sister? It's grossing me out. Gray waved his cheeseburger at me. And, by the way, next time you have someone work on your place, hide your stash of sex toys. I'm not sure if I want to kick your ass or bleach my eyeballs. I shrugged. You want me to comment? Fuck no. Laughing, I nodded. Didn't think so. Looking around the table, I felt a deep belonging. Now that my secret was no longer one, I knew for sure that the men around me were my brothers. Even Gray. Family. We'd been banished from our homeland, but we were exiled together. At this point, it was hard to even consider it to be a punishment, since none of us would consider being anywhere but here in Sunkissed Key. I stood up. Why am I sitting here looking at you assholes? I'm taking my mate home. Serge stood up too. My sentiments exactly, Gray grumbled. I hope I'm not this pathetic when I find a mate. If I find a mate. Maxim slapped Gray on the back hard. Oh, you're getting a mate, brother. If Parker and her mating service have anything to do with it, you're finding a mate sooner than you think. I laughed at the look of horror on his face. Chin up, brother-in-law. The sooner you find a mate, the sooner you can stop snooping through our sex toys and have a stash of your own. I turned and walked out, laughing, as Gray's eyes widened and he practically choked on his cheeseburger. Life was good. Thank you for listening. This has been Royal Bear, Shifter Romance, P.O.L.A.R Book 5. Written by Candace Ayres, narrated by Maeve York. Published by Love Struck Romance Publishing. This is the last book in the series. Check out Cherished Mate to hear the continuing saga of Sunkissed Key.